Alright, ladies and gents, as ever, my name is Shane. That's Shane's Games, and tonight we're going to be playing The Council for PC. This won't be our first time playing, so if you want to see how we got to where we are tonight, or check out some of the games I've played in the past, be them obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, feel free to check out my YouTube channel. But for tonight, let's go ahead and get into the game. Let's see. Harris, how many streams are you into this game? So we played one stream, and the way this game works is it was originally released episodic, like a Telltale game. And it was released as 5 episodes, so we've done episode 1 out of 5 so far. That's where we're at. Let's see, Gamaguma, all the cool stuff is locked behind New Game Plus and Plus and Plus Plus Plus. Well, that's talked me out of it. Rin, good morning. I hope you are doing well. Let's see, when I was in my 20s, I used to sleep through them installing new fire alarms in my apartment building. Holy shit. That's talented. I'm jealous of that. Nab that cat, I skimmed through the VOD, so I think you're up to speed. If you got any questions, feel free to ask. I will do my best to help you. Alright, so I don't know if there's going to be a recap. Sometimes episodic games do recaps. But yeah, I think if we just hit play, it should hopefully just pick up where we left off. Let's find out.
How many times must I tell you? You must never put your life on the line for me.
Mother has always had a fascination for Lord Mortimer, but has never wanted to tell me why.
We are doing our utmost to find your mother as quickly as possible.
Without your mother, hundreds of men of the cloth would have gone to the guillotine.
All I can tell you is I'm looking for my sister.
Do you believe your mother capable of torturing a child?
An agreement for cannons. Lord Mortimer assured me that you are to take over the project on behalf of your mother.
Johann Christoph von Wollner, Minister of Religious Affairs, and Jacques Peroux, French Revolutionary Tribunal Judge. You will find that Lord Mortimer is not what one would call conventional, Monsieur de Richet. Monsieur de Richet, I am arresting you for the murder of Elizabeth Adams.
That's where we left off, getting arrested for murder. Which, I stress, we absolutely did not do. Oh yeah, tell me why. I don't remember if I had that one or not. It's either wishlisted or I have it. Alright, so yeah, we are playing a guy who has gone to a remote island off the shores of England, where there is a gathering of some of the most powerful people in the world, or at least for 1793. And we are trying to track down our missing mother, who is there on some sort of secret mission for the secret society we're a member of. So we have been going around meeting the different people there and learning their agendas and trying to figure out what they're up to while trying to figure out where our mother is. And like I said, it ended with us being accused of murder, which we didn't do. That's a fantastic game. I would argue Don't Nod's best. Ooh, all right. Don't Nod is another like company I'd like to get into their whole canon, but I have so many company playthroughs I'm trying to do on stream at once. I'll get to it eventually. All right, so this is where we choose what we can read for the next chapter, and basically this is we get a couple of free skill points. So, let's see, where would some skill points do good? We're pretty even out right now. If we could get some erudition or occultism, that wouldn't be terrible. Or maybe some politics or linguistics. Let's see, what do we got? Conviction. We do have an erudition in politics. Alright, so yeah, let's go ahead and grab an erudition. We can take a second one though, because we got that upgrade now, which is nice. Alright, so we got erudition. We don't have logic at all, so that wouldn't be a terrible thing to get. Although, working on leveling up politics would probably be nice too, since it's a class thing. I'll go for logic. Yeah, there we go. Get a free skill point in that. That'll help. Just because having the skill at all is a good thing to have. Whereas it's best to actually, have it leveled up. Be an uncharismatic buff nerd like me, that always works out well. Sometimes, on occasion, never. There's only like one physical skill in this game, and it's agility. Otherwise, everything else is a charisma skill. Either a charisma skill or a wisdom skill, I should clarify. Either a skill for interacting with other people or a skill for knowing things. Alright. Let's do this then. Lord Mortimer's office. January 22nd, 1793. The Count. Episode 2, Hide and Seek.
Monsieur de Richet. Do you mind if I call you Louis?
Please do.
Thank you. I wish to apologize wholeheartedly, Louis. I made you cross the seas, and I wasn't even here to welcome you. When I asked you to join us here, it was, of course, in the hope that you would help us find your mother. But an act of horrific violence occurred during the night, and I do not know if this is linked to the disappearance of Sarah.
Alright.
If there's a possible link to my mother, I hope you'll let me know.
In the early hours of the morning, Elizabeth Adams was found dead in her room, savagely mutilated with a knife. I'll get straight to the point, Louis. According to the initial elements at my disposal, you were the last person to see her alive.
Yes, last night we, Do you suspect me?
I want you to tell me everything that happened last night and leave nothing out. Tell me, how did the evening begin?
Alright, so this costs 0 because my diversion level's 2, so let's go ahead and do that.
I was going up to my room when I saw Elizabeth waiting for me. She was very upset, and her words didn't make sense.
Damn it!
I thought it best to follow her to her room, as she had asked me to.
Continue.
So let's talk about the system a little bit here. So you get these RPG-like skills you can use in conversations for skill checks. And sometimes that's a good thing, but sometimes characters have immunity to certain skills. So Lord Mortimer here has immunity to diversions, which means that using the diversion skill does absolutely nothing, and he absolutely noticed that we tried to blow him off. That's bad. And now we have the exhausted trait, which means until we cure that, which we can, thankfully, everything costs 1 extra effort. We have met at least one character who's immune to logic. Yeah, skill checks don't necessarily mean success with skill usage. Like, you always know if your usage of the skill is gonna work, but will it work on that person? That's... oh, I don't know. Let's see. Why was Elizabeth even there? So, she was abandoned by her father for reasons that we don't fully understand, and raised on the island, around the island? We're not 100% sure. Luckily, a lot of these things are going to get written down for us. So right now, let's take a look. So Lord Mortimer, we've discovered 2 of his immunities. He's immune to conviction and immune to diversion. The first one we knew from previous, the second one we just learned right now. Lord William Alexander Mortimer, Marquis of Westfordshire and peer of Great Britain, is an extremely rich English aristocrat, as discreet as he is influential. An investor of talent, Mortimer's success in business was masterful. He finished by withdrawing from the public arena and isolating himself more and more, often on his private island. A major patron of the arts, he finances a large number of artists in diverse fields and takes great pleasure in bringing together unexpected personalities. He does the same with the greats of the world, men of influence, and men of state of the time. He regularly organizes social gatherings on his private island off the coast of England, which is where we are right now. Can you find immunities without having to try things? Sometimes. Like, basically, if we can You can sometimes find immunity by researching the person's past or by talking to other people about that character, which is very nice, but basically you have to be smart and observant to catch those immunities. But when you can, that saves you a lot of trouble of running headfirst into the immunities. So I do like that. All right, so we've got 2 golden elixirs. That will cure our exhaustion. I'd really rather not, but I think we're going to have to. All right, so these are items that we have that we can use anytime. We've got Royal Jelly, which gives us 2 of our effort points back. Effort points are used to use our skills. We've got Golden Elixir, which cures us of all negative afflictions. We have the Devil's Thorn, which for the duration of 1 choice will show you all of the target's immunities and vulnerabilities. They won't get added to the journal though, but we'll be able to use that information for 1 choice. And we have Carmelite Water, which allows us to use whatever our next skill is completely for free, which is very nice. Sounds less than legal? I mean, probably, but this was 1793, so legal was a very different thing. Here we have Exhausted. Oh, Exhausted makes 1 of our effort points unusable. All right, that's not as bad as I thought. That's not as bad. All right.
She insisted we have a drink, without which she refused to confide anything.
What exactly did she want to speak about?
She claimed she saw my mother the previous evening on the cliff, if I remember correctly.
Interesting. I will send someone as soon as possible. But do go on.
I refused to go on drinking with her. She already seemed drunk and her conversation became confused. So then she ordered me to get out. If only I'd stayed.
Don't blame yourself, Louis. How could you have known? But thank you for this new information. Louis, I shan't hide the fact that this tragedy puts me in a very delicate situation. I cannot risk upsetting the smooth operation of our next conference. But the case cannot remain unaddressed. I must reassure my guests, and justice will be done. And for that to happen, I must ask for your help.
Why is that?
You met Elizabeth. You spoke together, I believe. She trusted you. Listen, Louis. Find out who could have committed this murder. I refuse to believe that one of my guests is the murderer. I want to know who is responsible for this. And I trust you. You have my backing. You must stop at nothing. Can I count on you?
Of course. How would you like me to proceed?
Maybe you could start by going to the scene of the crime. Elizabeth was attacked in her room.
All right.
Can you tell me anything else about what happened?
Now, Louis, I wouldn't want to influence you. Get over there and form your own opinion.
All right, fair enough.
Right. I'll get over there immediately.
Thank you, Louis. Now, once you've finished, come back and let me know your findings. I'll be waiting. And Louis, you've got permission to search through the guests' rooms.
Ooh.
They've all been notified and they agree.
All right, that's a big deal right there. Yeah, the mechanics of this game seem so cool. I'm so excited to be playing this finally. Tarek Silver, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Hit it on a serpent? I mean, there are creepy serpents here. That seems like a possibility. I hear something making noise in here, but let's look around first, see if there's anything cool we can get. Or check out any of the decor that might be interesting. Aha! See something here.
Golden elixir. Consume without excess.
Nice! Alright, good, good. We're probably going to be using one of those to cure our exhaustion later. That's kind of a big deal. Anything on these bookshelves we can see? And over here. Oh, here's something. Another Carmelite water. Nice, nice.
The Nightmare painted by Fuseli in 1781.
I've seen that one before. It's a cool painting. Alright, something on the bookshelf over here. Alright, another book probably for free skill points. That is an exotic bird. That might be where the voice was coming from. That's cute. Something on the bookcase over here? Yeah, I thought there was. Something on the table here. Ooh, we are full on devil's thorns, so we'll have to use those one of these times. That bird was cute. I think I do hear him talking behind us too.
Your Eminence, I imagine that you've heard the news about Miss Adams.
What a tragedy, my son. How could such a thing have happened?
That's exactly what I'm trying to find out. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary last night?
I saw the young French soldier, Bonaparte, I believe, hanging around near Miss Adams' room. But I would not want to get an innocent man into trouble, Louis. It's probably nothing.
Alright, we're gonna double check and see what his strengths and weaknesses are, because those are always good to know. We haven't learned any of them, good to know. I'm impressed that Corkscrew Pasta painted a painting. You never know. Believe in yourself.
Not to worry, Your Eminence. If he is innocent, then he has nothing to fear. Do you know why Monsieur Bonaparte was hanging around her room like that?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that the dashing young soldier had become infatuated with a fragile young woman who looked a bit lost. But I don't think he got a very warm welcome.
Bonaparte and Adams? But they didn't even know each other, did they?
I couldn't say, Louis.
Alright.
One last thing. You must know that Peru hit young Adams on the evening of our arrival. He apparently violently attacked her in the small salon.
Do you know anything else about the attack?
Oh, unfortunately not. I arrived too late to intervene. Young Miss Adams had already been submitted to the foul lout's rat. Otherwise, you can believe me, it would not have happened.
Alright, so when he says Peru, he means Jacques, the Revolutionary Tribunal guy. So we definitely don't trust Jacques. So that's understandable. And we do know that Emily picked up a black eye during the first day. So if it was him that did it, that would make sense. Alright, well, there's a little bit of information. I'll take that. I think that's... Oh, no, there's something on the floor here. Key with an occult water symbol. Alright, so that probably unlocks a box somewhere.
Dante's Purgatory. Why does your mind presume to flight when you're still like the imperfect grub, the worm before it's attained its final form? Charming.
How fancy. Alright, let's head downstairs. So we can search all the rooms. That's fantastic. We're absolutely going to be searching some rooms. Although since everyone's been notified, they probably hid all the juicy stuff. But then again, we are on a remote island. There's only so much they can hide. Or so many places they can hide stuff in, I should say. So I don't know what that door is. Where am I right now? Alright, so I don't know where that door goes to, but I don't think it's one of the rooms. One of the guest rooms.
Monsieur Johann van Volnda.
Alright. We cannot get in Wolner's room. Weird. We might have to ask permission. Or we might have to notify people before they search their rooms. Or it's possible we have to have an actual motive before we can search a room. That would make sense as well. Aha! Who have we here?
Good day, Monsieur de Richet.
Mr. Volner.
Let's see, what do we know about Wolner? We have not learned any of his immunities or weaknesses yet.
Looking for anything in particular? Next to Elizabeth's room?
No, nothing special.
Lord Mortimer must have informed you of the necessity for everyone to remain in their rooms until further notice.
Certainly, but I'm a guest, not a prisoner. I was looking for a servant, since we don't all, unfortunately, have one at our disposal.
Yeah, right.
I shall leave you now, sir. I will return to my room.
Well, that's super duper suspicious. Noted. Alright, is this Emily's room? Yes. Alright, let's head inside. Still looks as weird as it did last night. Hard to tell if it was tossed in a fight or she was pretty drunk, so she might have done some of this herself. Oh, God! And she's holding a knife? She's holding a knife. He does sound super guilty. He's hiding something. Okay, let's look around a bit first. We'll get to her in a second.
A chest with a half-circle pattern.
Oh, I do have a key for that. Ooh, amber.
An untutored hand copied these notes. Looks like a healing method. Well, that's a pity. The writing is barely legible.
Alright, I'll take the notes, but I can't analyze them yet. Yeah, that's never coming out of the carpet. Which is a shame, that rug really held the room together. Oh, the hell are you doing here, dude?
Has Sir finished with this room?
No, I haven't gone over everything yet.
Sir may take his time. When Sir would like to leave, Sir has only to tell me.
I'm being watched.
My dear Elizabeth, I'm writing to inform you of some unfortunate news. We won't be able to meet as planned on the first Sunday of May. I've been told that you're no better, and, unfortunately, your brothers and I are absolutely snowed under by the work required to govern this new country. Please excuse us. As soon as we can get free, even if it's just for a day, I promise we shall come and see you. Your loving father, John Adams. P.S. Don't hold it against your mother. She still isn't ready. Please don't judge her. I'm sure you'll be able to put all of this behind you one day.
Your loving father, he says. Not really.
The clock stopped at 3:54. If it was smashed during the murder, then I've just established the time of the crime.
Alright. That could be handy. We got over here. Carmelite water, but we're full on it.
A pentagram? What the hell's been going on here?
That is an excellent question.
Many esoteric rituals are based on this shape. Could Elizabeth have been sacrificed during an occult ritual?
We do know that the symbol was here when we came to drink with her, so it's not like the killer put it there.
A notebook, written in Elizabeth's handwriting. It is written in a mix of several languages. Not too easy to work out.
Luckily, we've got linguistics, so we can do this.
It looks like a mixture of medieval Latin and Anglo-Norman. It is difficult to make sense of this jerky writing. I can make out some passages, though. He's coming. The demon is upon me. He's coming back to kill me. There she is. Death has come to finish me off. I've just run into her son. That was her last entry. What tortured writing.
So she seemed to think our character's mother was the one coming to kill her. That's interesting. Gonna use some royal jelly, get a couple more skill points back.
A novel of the initiation of a young woman into polite society.
And we got a new talent, Bookworm. You can equip 1 extra manuscript. Excellent, so that means we can read 3 books per chapter now. That's fantastic. Alright. Discovered immunity, Elizabeth Adams. I don't know that that's going to be very helpful, but alright.
June 11th, 1791. My dear Elizabeth, your last letter gave me much cause for concern. Your words were so cold, as if emotions no longer matter to you. Father maintains that the secondary effects of your treatment still trouble you, but that they will soon subside. Should I believe him? I cling to the belief that we shall soon see each other again, at long last. Right soon. Your loving sister, Abigail. P.S. Don't forget to tell me what present you want.
Red Mage Roxy, welcome in. How are you doing today? How was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me everything. And for anybody that doesn't know me, my name is Shane. That's Shane is Games. I play the obscure, the unusual, and the nostalgic. Today we're playing a very cool point-and-click adventure game with RPG elements called The Council, which I'm enjoying very much so far. And if anybody in here is not following Red Mage Roxy, you definitely should. She plays a lot of Final Fantasy XIV, plays some horror games as well. She talks about horror games and movies. Has some incredible art and merch for it, which is very cool. And in general, just a very cool person to chat with. So make sure you click that link, give her a follow, check her out next time she's live. You're going to have a good time over there. Alright. So right now we are investigating a murder. We're at the scene of the crime right now, gathering evidence.
August 24th, 1792. Elizabeth, I'm driven to despair and doubt there is any point in writing to you. I'm not even sure you'll receive my letters. Father controls my correspondence more and more. I am certain he filters our exchanges. Thankfully, one of the chambermaids is able to help me get my letters to you. But they still remain unanswered. I often think about you and pray every day to be able to hold you tight. We have so much time to make up. I beg you, answer me, please. Your loving sister, Abigail. P.S. That horrible woman came again yesterday. She spent a long time speaking with Father. I didn't understand everything because they spoke in French, but I'm sure they were talking about you.
Elizabeth did mention she had a sister that she cared about. And I assume when she says that horrible woman, she's talking about our character's mother. Let's see, been curious about this game for a while. So far, really cool. Just incredibly, incredibly cool. It does that thing that the old Telltale games did, where there aren't any game overs necessarily, just consequences for actions, which is very neat. Also Mass Effect 2, a stone cold classic. I hope you're having a good time with that one. Alright. Something on the floor here. Pistol?
A pistol? Fairly new, I'd say. And judging by the weight of it, fairly light.
We did find an empty pistol case just outside the mansion that we believe was connected to our character's mother. Wait, are we the bad guy? I mean, we didn't kill this person, but our mother is possibly a monster.
A tribute engraved on the barrel to the liberators of France.
Heard?
There's a few dried traces of blood on the grip. Difficult to know for sure how they got there. It's extremely well maintained. The barrel is perfectly clean. It isn't loaded, and well, there's no traces of gunshot residue. I'd conclude that it hasn't been used recently.
Alright, so not our murder weapon.
Right. I shall have to find its owner.
But interesting, nonetheless. Sky, those emotes are so cute. What's back here?
Piece of fabric. High quality at that. I'd say it's silk. Going by the texture and the gray hue, it must come from a dress, that kind that women of quality wear.
Women's dress, interesting. Hate to raid and run, but it's 3 a.m. I am wiped out. Oh, no worries, no worries. You go ahead and go and get some rest. Thank you so much for bringing your community by. I appreciate the heck out of it, and we will see you around. All right, so let's examine this with etiquette, because we can do that for free.
It's a travel dress. The silk has been lightly waxed to protect it from bad weather, and I know the very woman who came up with the idea, given all the traveling she does. My mother. God help us. Why did she come here in the first place? The material appears to have undergone abnormal wear and tear. She must have been scouring the countryside, and that doesn't look good.
It's not definitive proof tying our mother to the murder, but she definitely seems to have been here on the night of the murder, and... that's bad. That's a bad look. Oh, sound's messing up again? Thank you for letting me know. I'll give it a second. Choppies! Alright, let's give it a minute and see if it clears up. I apologize about that. Should make a note of when that happens. There might be some sort of automated Windows process that's running it, like this time. That could be part of the problem. Don't know why I called it that. I mean, it's making the music choppy. So, you know, it is that. It's the cutest thing to call it, I would think. Alright, how's it sound? We better? Or is it still going? It's still going. I got something I can try. But hopefully it's doing good by now. Seems good. Excellent. Excellent. Alright, let's see what we got on the shelf here. Oh, another royal jelly. I'll definitely take that. We use a lot of those.
Vials of laudanum. The label shows that this laudanum comes straight from America. I wonder if Washington's involved.
I mean, he could be, but that's a little bit of a long shot. Just called Choppy. I like it. I want to call it that from now on. Alright, so there's another box up here. Oh, there's another Devil's Thorn, which we are still full on. We gotta start using those. There's a blood spatter on the wall back here.
The blood spatter indicates that the murderer must have held Elizabeth upright during the attack. Even if Elizabeth wasn't very big, I doubt she wouldn't have put up a struggle. It takes tremendous strength to overpower someone like that.
And her mother, devious though she may be, is not exactly a juggernaut. That's interesting. Alright, what do we have here? A knife.
The blade is short and thin. Well sharpened, apparently. It's covered in blood. Still fresh.
There was the booze, but the laudanum might have contributed as well.
The lower part of the handle is unsullied by blood. The murderer gripped the weapon so tight that there's no blood where he held it. The handprint indicates a small and slender hand.
Once again, perhaps indicating our character's mother. That is a good-looking knife, though.
Knocked over bottle of wine.
Wait, intoxicated? You have used 4 consumable items during a single quest or consumed a noxious element. I was going to say I haven't used 4 items. Dialogue timer is no longer available. All right, we're gonna use the golden elixir. Whew, just smelling it got us wasted. Holy shit. Our mother is Kane Marco? No, but she did find the gem, perhaps.
The thing Elizabeth served me last night. Still just as disgusting. I don't know what's happened to this wine, but it's undrinkable.
So something happened to the wine. It's not just bad wine. It seems to have been altered somehow. Alright, so we got 4 gold elixirs, so we may as well use one. There we go. Alright, what are we looking at next?
Poor girl bled to death. Whoever left that footprint has boats for feet. That's at least a size 15. Where's a size like that here? Peru? Washington, maybe.
Alright, so we've seen... So it was a small, slender hand gripping the knife, but also there was somebody walking around in the blood with titanic footprints. That's interesting. Boat feet, that's a weird term for it. Makeshifted, welcome in. How are you doing today? Added lead for flavor. Also, Nano, how's everything going with you today? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, sounds like it's a good thing we didn't drink it. That would kind of gotten us in trouble as well. Casino, welcome in. How are you doing? All right, time to actually look at the murder victim here. Like I mentioned, skills in this game generally fall into 2 categories. Your charisma skills for dealing with people, and your wisdom skills for knowing things or examining things. We're not very good at examining things right now. We're very good at talking to people, but we're not great at examining things, which is putting us at a little bit of a disadvantage here. Loving Street Fighter 6? I've heard a lot of good things. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
There are numerous marks on the body. She must have fought like a lion. It couldn't have happened without a lot of noise. There are also a number of old scars.
Alright, so she fought her attacker savagely, and it must have made a lot of noise. So that's interesting. Let's use psychology to examine the scarring.
People who scar themselves in this way generally do so to relieve some kind of psychological suffering. By trying to master the pain, they establish their self-control.
Interesting, not relevant to the murder. Let's translate some of these tattoos.
Ancient Greek. Let's see what it means. These are sacred chants intended to protect their bearer. But from whom? Or from what?
So she actually had spells of protection tattooed into her arms. That's interesting. I'll put him on the suspect list, Nano.
I count no fewer than 9 wounds on the thorax, with a lot of blood. On first sight, I'd say that's what caused her death.
9 wounds? Somebody stabbed the hell out of her. What the heck? Alright, so I want to use vigilance, but I don't want to pay that cost. So let me remember what lets me do that. Is it Carmelite water? So let's use a Carmelite water since we're already full on that. There we go. So now we can observe the wounds for free.
It looks as though the wounds were inflicted from a precise angle, as if the murderer was standing behind Elizabeth.
What? Behind her? She was stabbed by someone behind her, reaching around? That's friggin' weird.
Some of these tattoos are veritable works of... What's that? The skin between her breasts is different. Bloody hell! This tattoo was drawn on a page of leather and stitched onto her skin. Probably during childhood. If the scars are anything to go by.
What?
It's the same kind of tattoo as on the rest of her body.
Well, that's fucking disgusting. Jesus. Murder hugs. Yeah, Sky, I don't know. That's... What the hell? Let's just keep moving. Let's keep moving.
I see no sign of bruising on the skull. The only clue is a scar from a previous craniectomy. Poor Elizabeth, she must have been very young when she went through all that. That's torture.
She had a bad childhood.
She also has old scars around the neck. Maybe mutilations.
She did not live a great life.
She bled from the nose. There's signs of bleeding, but I don't see any traces of bruising.
So she wasn't struck on the head. But she did bleed from the nose, which is interesting.
What a strange smell.
We can use etiquette for that.
Laudanum. Certain courtiers use it to get drunk. If taken in large quantities, it can provoke fits of madness.
Very interesting. So she definitely drank laudanum on the night of the murder.
No wounds, but blood on the right hand. Nothing on the left except that tattooed symbol. No marks or bruising around the wrists. It doesn't look like she was tied up or held by force.
Oh yeah, she was, she did fight off her attacker, we know that much. Is laudanum also a blood thinner? I'm not sure off the top of my head. Somebody else in here might know. Last thing is to check out the legs.
Blood, but no trace of blows on the legs. More tattoos, similar to those on the rest of her body.
Alright, I can't analyze any further, unfortunately. So she was stabbed 9 times in the chest from behind. That also doesn't explain the blood print up on the wall. Well, I've read enough murder mysteries that I suspect more than one person was here the night of the murder. That's the vibe I'm getting here. I think more than one person visited. And that's why we're getting some conflicting information here. I don't think there's anything else to see here, unfortunately. Go ahead and pick up that Carmelite water since we have room for it now.
Hey, a Russian ruble. I wonder what it'd be worth today.
Got a coin. For anybody that doesn't know about those, coins are basically little blobs of XP. So we get a little bit extra XP at the end of the mission. There's a gun in here, but it doesn't seem to have been used. Like in any capacity, not just in the murder. Alright. Well, I don't think there's anything else to see in here. I think we've exhausted all the evidence we're going to find. Very weird. Yeah, because we've got the big shoes and we've got the small hands as well. Somehow I don't think it's the same person. I think there was more than one person that came in here last night. But the important thing is, a slender hand held the knife that was the murder weapon. But there's some large boot prints in the blood, which means whoever left those large boot prints was here after the murder already happened.
Has Sir finished with this room?
Do you know who could have made such a mess of this room?
Miss Adams, sir. We were given orders to leave the room as it was, so as not to rush her.
Did she have a fight with someone to get the room into this state?
Not that I know of, sir. Miss Adams would sometimes throw a tantrum, during which she would destroy anything that came to hand. Lord Mortimer told us not to enter the room.
Thanks for that information.
You are welcome, sir. Has Sir finished with this room?
I know enough now. Thank you.
Very well, sir. Sir may return whenever need be. I shall guard the door.
All right. Done here from right now. Let's head back over this way. 'Cause I want to see if we can get into that room from what's his name, creepy dude now. Von Wollner. Looks like we can. She fought back, but doesn't have bruises from being restrained for the fatal blows to be dealt. That is very weird. I don't know. There's a lot here, and a lot of it conflicts.
A cache.
A cache? The hell is a cache? Ooh, another royal jelly. I'm gonna use that immediately. Get some skill points back. Another book. Definitely want that.
The Sorrows of Young Werther. There's a handwritten text signed by von Wollner on this first page. Dear Elizabeth, I know that this book is but a small token compared to the delightful moments you gave me, but I hope that this will nonetheless keep the memory alive. Your ever obedient servant. So, Wollner had a relationship with Elizabeth, but that's hardly surprising given his fondness for the occult.
Just one cash, please. That's what my paychecks look like most days. Can't go out on the balcony.
Golden elixir.
Yeah, I'll take one of those.
A chest locked with a 4-letter code. Surely a word close to the owner's heart.
Yeah, I'll come back. Maybe we can figure out what the code is later. But for right now, I don't know.
The alchemist is a young man.
Once again, our host likes putting paintings in each guest's rooms that are somewhat related, at least in his mind, to the guests themselves.
The signs of the zodiac.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's probably a misspelling of cash with an E at the end. I just thought it was funny. A cash.
Amber crystals.
Ooh, that's 2 amber. Beautiful. Amber gives us extra effort points that we use for skills.
The alchemist is an old man.
Alright. There was something else over here. Could be wrong. Well, if nothing else we've learned from here, that Wollner has a connection to Elizabeth. That's suspicious until he can explain it, at least. See what we can get out of him here.
What can I do for you, de Richet?
Monsieur, Lord Mortimer has appointed me to investigate the tragedy that befell us last night.
Oh, yes. It's horrible. Yes. How can I help, monsieur?
All right. Let's ask about Elizabeth's tattoos.
Did you see how many tattoos Miss Adams had on her?
Of course. Who wouldn't have noticed?
Yes, but I'm sure that an expert like yourself must have an opinion on the subject.
I do. She was seeking to imprison something inside her. Her own body had become a sort of prison.
She wanted to protect herself. Is that what you're saying?
Elizabeth was a flame, a candle in the night. And like all candles in the night, she was surrounded by darkness, by her demons. Call it what you will. One thing is for sure. She struggled against hell and high water not to let her flame go out.
He seems to respect her. I'm getting that sense, at least. Also, we learned that diversion is one of his weaknesses. So that means two things. Number one, diversion is probably always going to work against him. And number two, every time we use diversion against him, we actually get an effort point back, which is very cool.
Where were you last night?
In my room. I read a few ancient manuscripts before going to bed. But I didn't stay up long. I was tired.
Thank you kindly.
Hey, Siamese, welcome in. How are you doing today?
Excuse me for asking, but did you know Miss Adams?
Oh, she... not really, to tell the truth. No.
I found the Werther dedication, signed by your hand, monsieur. Would you like to change your version now?
Be careful, de Richet. Don't push your luck. My relationship with Miss Adams was pure, and has nothing to do with you. Well, continue playing the detective as you see fit. But if I find the bastard who did that to Elizabeth, I will...
Yes! I would have preferred a simple response, but I see I have my answer now.
Alright, interesting. I'm doing good, Siamese. Thanks for asking. Let's go ahead and try using a thorn here, since we got plenty of those. He doesn't have any immunities or vulnerabilities that affect this. Let's see.
You loved her, didn't you?
That is none of your damn business.
Your feelings betray you, sir.
So what? Yes, I loved her, like a moth loves the flame of a candle. That's why we could never be together.
Exactly how long had you been seeing her?
I have no reason to answer you.
I see. Is that what you want me to tell Lord Mortimer when he asks what I found out?
It's only been a few weeks.
I get the impression that your romance was over. Am I right?
So? What does it matter to you? I would never have attacked her, if that's what you're insinuating.
Who put an end to the relationship? You or her?
It was her. It was her. But what does that matter? We both agreed.
We finished. I'll have a look around and then take my leave.
Do whatever you have to do.
Interesting, but I don't think he's on my list of suspects. Oh, collector's coin right there. I don't know how I missed that before. Alright, I think we're done in this room then. One last look in the center, make sure there's nothing here. Alright, we're good here. Yeah, a lot of seating in that room. Very cozy, very comfy. Alright, let's keep looking around. We've got some more rooms to check, some more folks to chat with. Let's see what we can find. Alright. And over there. Alright, whose room is this?
Sir Jacques Peru?
Alright, he's definitely suspicious. Hey, buddy.
What do you want from me, Derichet?
Greetings. It's fallen to me
Cut
that...
the crap! Get to the point. We both know why you're here.
Do a quick check and see what we know about him. So he's vulnerable to etiquette and psychology, but immune to diversion.
And have you got anything to tell me?
What does it matter? It's too late anyway. Do what you have to do and get out.
It's never too late, sir. If you have something to say, now is the time.
You don't understand. Everything's already written. It's over.
Why is he behaving like the perfect culprit? What is it that's already written? I'm not sure I follow you.
No, you don't.
What the hell? This guy's super suspicious. So I completely missed the Adams room inspection. Any chance I ask for a recap? Of course you can, Emperor. We found all kinds of weird stuff in there. We found a pistol which looked brand new, but hadn't been fired, so it's not the murder weapon. The actual murder weapon was a small knife, which appears to have been clutched by a small, slender hand. We found a bit of torn dress that was waxed, which is something our character noted that is what his mother invented. We saw blood splatter on the wall. Someone must have been very strong to hold her up against the wall. The actual cause of death was 9 stab wounds to the chest, which, based on the angle, appear to have been done from behind, as in someone standing behind her, reaching around and stabbing upwards. Other than that, the most interesting thing was her breath smelled of laudanum, which we also found in the room. Your money's on this guy? Well, it still doesn't explain the slender hand on the knife. Although I suppose the slender hand could have been Elizabeth's. Possibly. I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff we need to piece together. Oh, also we found some enormous boot prints that appeared to be around size 15, which our character mentioned the only people he could think of with boots that big would be this guy and George Washington. And this guy's acting incredibly suspicious the moment we get in here, so we're going to search his room before we chat with him.
The Massacre of the Innocents by Rubens. A bit gloomy. Guess my room is not that bad.
Mysteriously missing, this is also true. Gotta keep that in mind. George Washington is here. He literally, George Washington. The George Washington. Washington did ask us to help investigate Adams, and while we didn't do that, we ended up doing something else. We know that A, Adams got a black eye while we were gone, and B, we've been told by the Cardinal that this guy here, Peru, is the one that gave her that black eye during that period. Don't need to unlock that, I don't think. Not this second, anyway. We're going to talk to him last in case we find anything of use around the room.
Dear Monsieur Peru, I'm writing to thank you for the funds you sent. These funds will be crucial for the renovation of the western wing of the orphanage.
Oh, we heard this before.
The children you sent are doing marvelously well, and little Pierre will soon be walking. Some of them still sometimes suffer night. All right, I've retrieved everything.
Have I? I don't feel like I have.
The Massacre of the Innocents, but by Van Harlem. I think that Mortimer likes to play mind games with his guests.
Yeah, we already checked that out before. I don't know if we shall meet again. At this point, I am a prisoner snared by my own decisions. You must be protected. My future is lost without you and can still be saved. No matter how much bitterness you hold against me, you must know that I made a pact with the devil who I thought I could master. I thought I knew the monsters, but what I did for France is nothing compared to what they are capable of doing. Now I can't see any way out. The jaws are closing upon me. I love you now and forever. Weird. Unsigned as well. Alright, not going out on the balcony. Like I said, we did search this room before, I believe. We snuck in here before and we searched through it then. The thick buttons! Ooh, another gold elixir. Alright, we're doing really good on items right now.
Dear friend, please come and join us. We must meet about the ongoing operations in Paris. A boat will be waiting for you.
I've seen that before. Nothing tremendously interesting there. Alright. Anything else before we go question the man himself? Nope. Yeah, Elizabeth also had a horrific childhood, including being raised by our character's mother, which she hated.
All right. Have you finished?
Not quite. I'd like you to answer a few questions. I'd like to talk about the letter you're writing. What woman is it addressed to?
Who says it's a woman? I'm not saying any more. There's no point you insisting.
Damn it.
All right. Have you finished?
Not quite. I'd like you to answer a few questions.
No, the recap didn't give anything new that we didn't know before.
You were armed the night of my arrival. Can I see your weapon?
No.
You do realize you're not helping, don't you? You're making it worse for yourself. I know you were at the scene. We will save a lot of time if you just tell me what happened.
You know nothing at all.
Enlighten me then. For now, I have your footprint in a pool of blood.
That's right. The only thing you can prove is one of my boots was at the scene. Congratulations, you've wrapped up the investigation.
Come on!
All right. Have you finished?
Not quite. I'd like you to answer a few questions.
Oh, you mean the recap of the crime scene? Yes, so we found a couple interesting things. Number one, the tattoo on her chest is not a tattoo in her chest. It's a tattoo made into a piece of leather that appears to have been sewn into her chest at a young age, which is horrific. And number two, many of the tattoos running down her arms are actually a charm of binding, which we were told appears to have been she wanted to bind some evil within herself, which isn't necessarily relevant to the murder, but is super interesting. Yeah, seriously.
Let's get right to it. Are you Elizabeth Adams' murderer?
That is for you to prove, if I'm not mistaken, boy. You weren't expecting me to do all the legwork for you, were you? Lazy man.
Of course he's immune to questioning. Of course he is.
Goodbye, sir. We shall meet again.
Of course.
Probably.
Of course he's immune to questioning. God damn it. Trey Dog, welcome in. I just got here. Did you hit him in the face with the shovel? No, somebody clearly did, though. Oh, God, I think we got a new talent there, though. Investigator. You gain 1 skill point in questioning. Uncover all of Jacques Perou's immunities and vulnerabilities. All right, so we know all of them now. He's vulnerable to etiquette and psychology and immune to diversion and questioning. All right, and we got an extra skill point for it. I'll take that. Very nice, very nice. We're probably gonna, next time we level up, we're probably gonna get a couple new skills. We can easily get erudition. And then we'll probably pick up logic as well. Maybe occultism if we can afford it. That's for you to prove. Ugh, jeez. Oh, we got clear-headed at the end of last episode. You gained 1 skill point erudition for not getting drunk with Elizabeth, which is nice. Alright. We're also very close to this, which gives us more time in QTEs. I kind of want that a lot, but we have to get level 3 diversion for that, and that is tough. This requires us to get level 3 diversion. That's also very tough. Read 5 manuscripts. We're actually not far off on that, so that's nice. Alright, we'll keep working at this then. I think we're done in here, though. Damn it. Alright, Moving on then. Head to the next room. What do we got here?
Monsieur Napoleon Bonaparte.
Napoleon! Well, he was seen hanging outside the room. Suppose we should investigate him as well. Same thing as before, we're going to search the room and then question him. There's another Devil's Thorn, nice.
The Prince by Machiavelli. A perfect read for anyone with a surfeit of ambition. That might come in handy.
Napoleon is immune to politics. That's good to know. Also, of course, he reads Machiavelli. Of course he does. So what do we know about Napoleon now? That's it. All we know is he's immune to politics, but that's a good thing to know. Yeah, literal actual Napoleon, literal actual George Washington.
Hannibal crossing the Alps. Another military success. Why do I get nothing but visions of horror in my room? And he gets victory after victory?
Delicious ice cream. I love ice cream. I was actually going to have ice cream for dinner tonight, but then I remembered I ate all the ice cream, so I didn't have any.
The Battle of Alexander at Issus, or how Alexander the Great triumphed over King Darius. Yet another one with delusions of grandeur.
I'm noticing a theme. Check out the bedroom next. Ooh, lots of stuff in here. Oh, and Golden Elixir, which is amazing. We only found like 1 or 2 in the entire first episode.
Vercingetorix throws down his arms at the feet of Julius Caesar by Royer, 2 great army chiefs.
My dear Napoleon, as previously agreed, I would like to ask you to join us in January on my island to participate in the High Society meeting organized for the occasion. We shall be able to continue our discussion about our project for a new order for France. I have a proposition to make to you concerning your wish to put a strong leader at the head of France. I trust you to be discreet as to your coming. See you soon. Lord William Mortimer.
So that's his invitation to the island. Everyone got one. What am I even bribing you for if you didn't spend an ice cream? I did buy ice cream, and then I ate it all, and then I forgot I ate it all, so I thought I still had more. Where the hell are we that George Washington and Napoleon Bonaparte are both here? We're at a remote island outside of England where the world's most powerful meet as part of some secret covenant. It's a little bit of a conspiracy type thing.
There's just one holster in Bonaparte's gear, and the pistol is missing. On the other hand, his cleaning equipment is in mint condition. That's typical of the soldier in him.
Alright, so his pistol appears to be missing. That could have potentially been his pistol in the room. Although I still think it was our character's mother's pistol. Because we did see a brand new box earlier in the game.
French actor Talma is Nero in Britannicus, the last emperor of the Caesar dynasty.
In fairness, Napoleon's not at the top of his game yet. Right, we caught him a little bit early in his career here.
Amber crystals.
Nice! 3 pieces of amber. That's fantastic. We'll take as much as we can get. 1 more piece and we get an extra effort.
A cash.
Another collector coin. A little bit more XP there.
My dearest son, I'm writing to implore you to act quickly. The situation is rapidly worsening here. Paoli continues to steer our motherland, Corsica, toward open warfare between France and England. His men are everywhere. We are obliged to go into hiding and are unable to remain in the same place for more than 2 days. I wouldn't be surprised if they targeted us soon. Make haste, my son. You hold our destiny in your hands. Your loving mother, Maria Letizia Bonaparte.
A homing suitcase, Emperor? The weapon of a true assassin.
It's a beautiful weapon. A lovely damask blade. It's marked with the initials of the manufacturer in Versailles.
Ah, Napoleon is immune to conviction and politics. Good to know, good to know.
A bicorn decorated with a cockade.
It must belong to a French soldier.
So we know both of his immunities now. That is spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. We don't know his weaknesses, but honestly, I'd rather know his immunities. Because those are things we have to avoid. Some guy in a hat, you need to get on those VODs. They'll always be available. But either way, welcome in. How are you doing today? We are investigating the murder that happened at the end of the last stream. We don't need to go through there. We're doing pretty good on supplies. Alright.
Monsieur de Richet, please be quick. We are both very busy.
Did you hear about young Elizabeth?
Indeed, it is deeply regrettable.
Lord Mortimer asked me to...
I know. You no doubt want to know my alibi. I spent the night downstairs playing cards.
Can you tell me who was present at the game, please?
Well, there were Lord Mortimer, President Washington, and Sir Gregory.
Thank you.
Ah, and His Eminence Piaget as well. Excuse me, I nearly forgot him. Poor soul.
Did any of you leave during the game?
Not that I know of, monsieur. I didn't exactly spend my time noting the other guests' comings and goings, but I don't think so.
Thank you.
He's at least got a partial alibi. That's interesting. Must have been George Washington, of course! I want to play We the Revolution Card Shark. Oh, Card Shark looks so cool.
Did you notice anything unusual during the evening?
Nothing at all, except the luck of the devil of Lord Mortimer and Sir Gregory at cards.
Did they win much?
Oh la la, monsieur, they cleaned us out more like. But I plan on getting it all back before we leave.
What time did the game end?
I can't say exactly. As for me, I must have stayed until midnight. I was exhausted, couldn't think straight, so I preferred to go up to bed.
On your way up to bed, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No, not in the least. The whole manor was sound asleep.
Not really. No.
So he says he was playing till midnight, but we believe that the time of the murder was 3:45 a.m. Possibly. We did find a broken clock stopped at that time.
As any good soldier would, I imagine you own a firearm. May I see it?
Oh, well, if you really want to, here is my pistol. Don't worry, it is not loaded.
Do you have several of these?
In Corsica, oui, but not on me when I am traveling. Only a bandit would carry such an arsenal.
Thank you.
Yeah, not his pistol, I would imagine. There's a lot more built in that one, I would imagine.
Someone saw you not far from the victim's room. Can you tell me what you were doing exactly, please?
I can tell you that someone is an idiot. I wanted to warn her to be careful. You see, on the night of my arrival, I saw someone leaving her room in haste, and I wanted to speak to her, to warn her. Unfortunately, the young lady slipped through my fingers each time. Now I know why. She had every reason to be worried. What an idiot I was not to insist. I could have helped her.
Were you able to recognize the Prowler?
Unfortunately not, no. It was dark, and Lord Mortimer was waiting for me. I was not really paying attention anyway.
Excuse me for insisting, but if you saw him or her, I'm sure you would have more information than that. It's just that you don't think it can be of help to me.
Give me something.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Was it a woman, for instance? Bearing in mind that all the women here wear whalebone dresses, which is rather noticeable.
A man, I should say. I don't recall seeing the silhouette of a dress.
You see, you saw many things, in fact.
Hang on. Laissez-moi réfléchir. Let me think a minute.
A wig? His height? The sound of his footsteps, maybe.
Ah, his height. Oui, somewhat imposing. A tall man, and straight. As for the rest, I don't know, Monsieur de Richet.
Not to worry. That's already quite a lot. Thank you for everything. I've been studying him for a while now, and I don't think he was lying. Yet, I'm surprised how easy it was for me to read him. It must surely be his military side. I wish they all could be like that. My investigation would be finished already.
So that may have been the occult dude that he saw lurking around, in which case it's not a huge deal there. I was too busy being a frosh. His gaydar is on point. He's not sure if he can tell if it was a man or a woman, but the orientation, he's absolutely sure about that. Valandrith, welcome in. How are you doing today? He hasn't yet. You might still be able to stop it.
Well, have we finished, monsieur?
Exactly. Thanks again for all your answers. Good day.
Alright, I don't suspect him in the slightest. I mean, all we really know now is that wasn't his pistol, and I don't really think it was, so... It is some more information, though, so that's a good thing. Alright. Continuing on, then. What do we have here?
Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
Well, we absolutely don't suspect Emily, but I do want to look around her room. And if she knows anything, that'd be nice too. Kellerman, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope your week's going well.
Tending children at the orphanage in Harlem. I find it a little hard to understand this painting choice. King George III in coronation robes. Nice touch for the room of an English duchess.
Sassy. Sassy. Alright. I slept for like 12 hours. Glad it's finally the weekend. Heck yeah. Hope you can get some more rest there. Only one pistol feels light to me. I'd carry at least two given that they're single shot. True, but also this is a social call. He's not exactly expecting any trouble here. I can see him only taking one just as sort of ceremonial thing, but like there's no way he was expecting trouble.
Dear E, I received your last letter. Unfortunately, the Crown informed the Golden Order that our mission should under no circumstances hamper Sir Gregory's plans. Decidedly, they have support from the highest level in Buckingham Palace. So here we both are, hands and feet tied, and little room to maneuver. Keep me abreast of events. Our mission is becoming more complicated. Yours, E. T.S. The French chapter of the Order doesn't appear to know anything about the arrival of our friend Sarah. I therefore cannot comment on it. However, my guess is that she has come here for personal reasons.
That appears to be a letter between Emily and her twin sister, which we learned about last stream.
The Lady's Waldegrave by Reynolds, painted upon the request of the Waldegrave family, in an effort to find them a husband. Displayed like meat. It's disgusting.
Agreed. Alright, we can take a peek at the bookshelf here.
Grammar of Port Royal. Ah, the artistry of the French language and all its splendor. Whoever masters French commands the world. At least une partie of it.
I dig it. Not to mention that Napoleon isn't here on the business of any official military. He's here on a private visit. So he doesn't really need to be well stocked for that. Wow, full on golden elixir. Can't take it anymore. That's wild.
A letter from William Pitt the Younger, addressed to Emily. He's the present Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Emily has indeed some powerful backers.
Yeah, just a bit.
Madam, thank you for consoling the Queen. The King's situation is worsening, but I wager he'll recover from this present fit. Next time you speak with Her Majesty the Queen, would you please be so kind as to ask her to look into my petition to raise taxes with the King? I will personally see to it that our nation will recover from this impasse. But King George's mental situation is slowing down our decision-taking. Thank you in advance for all your help. William Pitt, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain.
Interesting, interesting. Duchess, you can inform King George of the Holy Father's backing. We shall assist you with financing the recruitment of regiments of emigrant royalists to fight against France. Your friend, His Eminence Giuseppe Piaggi.
2 coils circle the lock.
We don't have the key for that one.
Queen Charlotte. All the royal family of England is there from what I can tell.
Alright.
A letter from William Pitt the Elder addressed to Emily. He was the English Prime Minister. This letter dates from 15 years ago now. Madam, I shall never thank you enough for all your care and attention. I shall be indebted to you until my last breath. If you have any request of me, you only need ask. With regards to my son William, I shall never thank you enough for looking after him. You know the latter's preferences, and you will understand he needs you desperately. For that, and as agreed with Queen Charlotte, our friend Duke Hillsborough will carry out his task and meet with you within 6 months. From then on, you'll be free from want. Yours sincerely, William Pitt, Count of Chatham.
Interesting. We don't actually suspect Emily of anything relating to this murder, so this shouldn't be too intense of a conversation. I just want to see if there's any secrets around the room.
What can I do for you, Louis?
I've come to see you about last night's tragedy. Did you hear anything about what happened to Elizabeth?
Yes, we all did. Rumors spread quickly, you know. How awful. I didn't know her well, but I hope at least the poor thing didn't suffer too much.
I don't remember what we know about her. She is vulnerable to psychology and immune to logic. We can use psychology to get an extra effort point back. I definitely want that. More like a flirt versation. Our character is very thirsty, understandably.
Death came quickly. You can be assured of that.
If such a senseless act can happen here, then none of us is truly safe anywhere. Lord Mortimer must be mortified that one of his guests could have committed such an act, don't you think?
He is indeed very upset about it. It's only natural after such a violent murder.
Violent? What do you mean?
Elizabeth was stabbed 9 times.
Oh my God, Louis. How awful. The murderer must have had a serious grudge against her to set upon her like that. It must have been a crime of passion. Do you know what happened exactly?
In fact, Lord Mortimer has asked me to look into this case, Emily.
Really? Are you Lord Mortimer's snoop now?
I'm doing it for Elizabeth, not to please Mortimer.
Good for you. Quite right, too. Have you found out anything?
Worded Animal, welcome in, and how is your week going? What day is it again? Brain seems confused on this for some reason. It is Friday, I hope? I think? But thank you for 20 months, Worded. I appreciate the heck out of the support, and I hope you're doing well. I know immune to logic sounds incredible when you say it out loud. I love that. Just her, Dorothy, just her. And it doesn't mean it's like she doesn't understand logic. I think in the context of this game, what most of the immunities mean is that if you use logic against her, she recognizes that. She goes, oh, you're trying to use logic to dazzle me. I'm not gonna fall for that. So it's actually like a strength, not a weakness, which is interesting. Let's see. The week has been a rough one, but at least it's nearly over. Hopefully the last part is a bit of a coast. I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed for you.
I'm now interviewing all the guests to establish the alibis for each person. Just so that I can cross you off the list of suspects, can you tell me what you were doing on the night of the murder?
Am I given to understand that I'm on the list of suspects?
Don't take it the wrong way, but I must consider every possibility.
Well, if you absolutely wanted to be sure of my activities that evening, You only had to join me, you know.
I know, Emily. Especially since I couldn't prevent the murder, even though I spent part of the evening with Elizabeth.
You're sure it's not too hard to bear for you?
The fact is, I don't have a choice. But I will find the murderer. I owe Elizabeth that, at least.
Yeah, she absolutely 100% invited us for spicy times the previous night, and we turned her down because we were trying to do mystery detective shit, which did not go well, and we got no information. Or that she's so good at logic she can outlogic you. Also that, like, George Washington is immune to politics. And we saw what happened when we tried to use politics against him, which is he knows so much more than you, it's pointless. Oh, nice! Awarded! I hope they enjoy, I hope they have a good time. Like, that was a cute little game. A little bit creepy, too. I'm kind of curious if I can get any of the other endings there.
Did you and Elizabeth get to know each other?
I must admit, Louis, I didn't take much interest in her. I feel a bit guilty about it, but I never actually spoke to her. She seemed burdened by her problems, and as she wasn't invited to the conference, I didn't really seek her out.
Alright, so all we know about her is the logic thing, right? Is that it? Vulnerable to psychology, immune to logic, alright. See if we can get her to speak about the night of the murder with diversion.
Since your arrival, did you notice anything strange about Elizabeth?
Everything that happened around that poor child was strange. You saw that for yourself.
I know. You're right. I'm looking for leads to try to reduce the number of suspects.
Well, I would say that in addition to ourselves, you could also cross off President Washington. I went to see him during the night. I had some business with him, and I can confirm that he didn't leave his room all night.
That gives Washington an alibi.
Alright. Not like I was suspecting him.
I found a torn piece of dress in Miss Adams' room. Gray silk.
Where's it from?
That's what I'm trying to find out. The color doesn't match any of Elizabeth's dresses, but I might not have found all of her clothes yet.
Good Lord, Louis, do you realize what this means? If this piece of dress isn't from Elizabeth, then it's... I don't have any grey silk dresses, Louis. Neither does my sister, since we wear the same clothes.
Yeah. That's exactly what I wanted to check with you.
I'm so sorry, Louis.
Thank you.
Are you all right? You know, I'm sure there's a good reason why your mother was at the scene.
Thank you, Emily.
Yeah, I'm sure she was. Sure she had a great reason. One of them absolutely loved it, the other is saving it for later in the year. I mean, Halloween is only a few months away, so it'll be a good time to play it then, most definitely. October, the spoopy month. She had some business with him? I mean, I don't think it was that kind of business. They are both in the secret society that we're a part of. It's probably about that. James Moore, welcome in. So far, this game is cool as hell. I'm loving it. I really am.
I hear you were in discussions with the Holy See.
Oh, either His Eminence can't keep his tongue from wagging, or you've been poking your nose where you shouldn't, sir.
Even so, Emily, you're raising a royalist army. That's no small matter.
And you are straying from the subject. Is there anything else you wanted to ask me?
Yeah, let's back off from that.
We found the murder weapon.
What is it?
A dagger, quite slim.
Have you found its owner?
Not yet. Still searching as it happens. That said, since the blade penetrated the body several times, the murderer's hand will have been covered in blood.
You think that's a clue?
The handprint was a very slender hand, Emily. Probably that of a woman.
Do you realize what that means? There are only 3 of us on the island. Bearing in mind that neither my sister nor myself had any reason to set upon the young lady, that means...
I know, Emily. I know.
Keep up your courage, Louis. I'm sure there's an explanation. You're bound to shed some light on it all.
If what you say is true, Emily, I'm less and less enthusiastic about shedding any light on the subject.
So what is the game about? The year is 1793. We are on a remote island outside of England. We are searching for our mother, who is here on a secret mission. And the other people on the island are some of those powerful people in the world meeting for secret conspiratorial purposes. Hey LTG, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good.
I won't keep you, Emily. Thank you for answering my questions.
See you, Louis.
So yeah, we've got no reason to think Emily was holding that knife. I don't think there's any good reason to believe her sister, who we haven't met yet, presumably is doing it. That really... I mean, like, theoretically, I don't want to 100% rule out Elizabeth doing it herself, but I don't know if anybody could stab themselves in the chest 9 times. That would seem to indicate that it was our character's mother that did it. I'm not sure what to do with that. And beach volleyball, of course, of course. Gotta party while the sun's out. Oh man, LTG, that's awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I've heard a lot of good things. After the first 8 steps, it's not so bad. You just gotta get over that hump. Is that what it is? V6. Hope you're doing today. She did have a lot of creepy occult stuff in her room.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Godoy. Alright, we can't actually go in there, which is interesting. I thought we were able to investigate all of the rooms. I saw it on CSI! Oh god. I mean, if you're stabbed enough, surely you build up some sort of immunity. Oh, of course! Of course, that's how biology works. Rin, no!
Huh, that's me.
That's our room. I don't think we need to go in there for any reason. What else we got here?
Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
We can't search his room, but he didn't do it. I'm not too worried about him. That door isn't even interactable. What else we got here?
President George Washington.
Well, I'd like to speak with him. I don't really think he did it. I'm not really suspicious of him, but he might have some information that would be useful to us. Search his room. There's a book. We'll take that. Full on golden elixir.
A map of Vermont.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's have that. The George Washington. Napoleon's also hanging around here too. Maybe Elizabeth just accidentally ran into someone's knife 9 times. I think we've all been there. You know, you're trying to hang something up high, you get a little bit off balance, you stumble over a loose floorboard, and you stab yourself 9 times. Who hasn't been there? God damn it. As Windows Defender pops up. Let's see, can anyone think of a mystery where the murderer himself asked you to investigate, hoping that you're an idiot and can't figure it out? I can think of a couple, but like Rin said, I can't actually name them because that's a huge spoiler. It was the butler with a rolling pin in the bathroom. I'm Master of Cluedo. We did think about whether it could be one of the servants, but I don't think it was. Right now, just to catch anybody up, our major suspects are... number 1, Jacques Peru, who we're fairly certain was there the night of the murder, and isn't talking to us for some reason, so we're not sure what's going on there. And number 2, our mother, who is hiding somewhere on the island for reasons unknown, and raised Elizabeth, and they did not get along at all. Every insurance fraud case? I mean, not wrong, not wrong. Let's just check out the bedroom real quick, see if there's anything in here. Seems to be too much to explore in here. But again, we don't actually suspect him of anything, so...
Honey, The remedy of the gods.
Ah, more royal jelly. Don't mind if I do. That is the item we use the most. So I'll never say no to that.
Portrait of George Washington.
They put a portrait of George Washington in George Washington's room? Guess they ran out of clever paintings when they got to him. Classic mom move! Perchance to stream, welcome in. How are you doing today? Don't worry about that too much. Right, relentlessly. But it's been done. It has been done as a story. That's definitely true.
A map of Connecticut.
Dude loves him some maps.
It looks like a note between Emily and Washington about trade deals.
Honestly, I don't think it's relevant.
My dear George, I'd like to invite you to join me as planned at my place. I have a project to show you. It is time that the United States played a more important role on the world stage. I understand your reluctance of playing with fire. I know your new country is very young, but rest assured that I would do nothing to jeopardize what we have built together. I look forward to seeing you soon. Your friend, William.
There's his invitation. If there's anything else there. Yeah, like I could decipher that trade deal thing, but like I don't think it has anything to do with me. I don't think it's going to be anything too juicy. We know they're working together. It's fine. I've never had royal jelly either. I have no idea what it tastes like. I think like at least partially like honey.
Greetings, Louis.
Mr. President, you can guess why I'm here.
Of course.
Lord Mortimer has sent me to ask you a few questions about last night.
It's... How am I going to tell Elizabeth's father that she's dead?
I know, Mr. President. I shall endeavor to find out the truth about this tragedy. I must ask you to help me, though. Please.
Find the degenerate pig who did this, Louis.
Let's see. What do we know about him again? He's immune to politics. That's all we know about him so far. Opulent in an insectoid sort of way. That doesn't really help.
Tell me, Mr. President, had you spoken to Elizabeth since your arrival? You know her father. You thought she was dead.
No, I didn't. And I believe I'll be taking my remorse with me to my grave. I wanted to, but I didn't know where to begin.
You can't blame yourself. You couldn't have known that her days were numbered.
Well, see, there's the trick some guy in a hat, is that everybody here thought she was dead, but her father knew. Her father was part of, had an active role in giving her away from the family. But after he gave her away, he told everybody, oh yeah, my daughter died. Real sad, real tragic stuff. So that's why he thought she was dead, but no, her father actually knew she was alive. So this is still going to be pretty shocking for him. That reminds you of a math teacher you had in school. Math teacher looked like George Washington?
Were you aware that Elizabeth took laudanum?
Yes, she came to ask me for some. She had finished her reserve, I believe.
Did she tell you why she was so desperate to get some, Mr. President?
She said she had terrible migraines that wouldn't go away.
More likely for the voices she heard, not the migraines.
I thought he just said that he hadn't spoken to her.
I'm talking to all the guests to find out who has an alibi and, well, who doesn't, Mr. President. Can you tell me what you were doing last night so that I can strike your name off the list?
I spent the night right here, reading.
All night?
Exactly. Emily stopped by in the middle of the night, you can ask her. She wanted to talk about some business we have in common.
Anything whatsoever to do with Elizabeth?
Not at all, Louis. A business matter.
Alright. Hey, Gear Show, welcome in. How are you doing today? How's your week going so far? Alright.
Do you know if she had any enemies, Mr. President?
Not that I know of. I heard about her altercation with Mr. Perry, but that case was closed, if I'm not mistaken. But if in doubt, I wouldn't leave any door unopened, and I'd go and question your fellow countrymen.
Don't worry. Countryman or not, I'm not letting anybody slip through the cracks. Do you know why she came to the island?
To get help, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that right?
Indeed. Sir Gregory suggested to her father that he introduce her to Lord Mortimer to see if he could help her.
Yes, Lord Mortimer has a talent for healing, apparently. I'm not surprised Sir Gregory advised her to come.
Agreed. Mr. President, we found a footprint at the scene of the crime.
Not a dress shoe, I hope. That's all I wear.
No, rest assured. It looks like the print of a big ankle boot. A large size, I'd say.
Perfect. That should help you, Louis. It's a clue.
Alright. So if there was any question that was Washington's shoe, we know now that he doesn't wear big boots like that. That makes things easier. Alright, I think we're done in here then. Let's continue on. We haven't heard anybody else mention that card game, have we? I don't think we have. Alright, so we're back here, so I think we made a full loop now.
Poor girl bled to death.
I want to double check something while we're here.
Whoever left that footprint has boats for feet. That's at least a size 15. Where's a size like that here? Peru? Washington, maybe.
So yeah, the boot print was in the blood, so whoever left that boot print was here after the murder. Which is absolutely fascinating. He doesn't like big boots, and he can't... God damn it, Emperor! That is cunning. That is cunning. Yeah, guys, just standing here and guard the room. I think once we leave, he's outside the room, supposedly, but I haven't seen him there.
Blood spatter indicates that the murder must have held Elizabeth upright during the attack. Even if Elizabeth wasn't very big, I doubt she wouldn't have put up a struggle. It takes tremendous strength to overpower someone like that.
She did have defensive wounds. Are there any bloody footprints outside the pool of blood? There's one like right beside it right there, but if you mean otherwise outside the room, no, unfortunately. Nothing that would indicate where the killer has come or gone, if that's what you're asking. It'd be nice, but no, we haven't seen anything like that. Oh, hello, what's this?
3rd of November, 1791.
I missed this last time.
My dear sister, the cancellation of our reunion hit me like a stab to the heart. Father told me it was for your well-being, but I can't help but blame him. He claims that your condition has worsened and that it could be dangerous for both of us if we met. If only I knew where you were, believe me, I'd be at your side. I haven't received any news from you in a long time. Please write. Your loving sister, Abigail. P.S. I hope you like the enclosed talisman.
Alright, we missed this last time we were here. Something else over here, too. Oh, just another key. We saw this,
August
right?
24th, 1790.
Yeah, we saw that. Alright. There's the pistol on the ground there.
Piece of fabric.
There's that fabric,
High
right.
quality at that. I'd say it's silk. Going by the texture and the gray hue, it must come from a dress, that kind that women of quality wear.
Alright. But we're getting near the end of our investigation, I think, so now I'm going to see if there's any points we want to spend. Because I was trying to be at least a little bit thrifty before, but now that we're getting down to it, think it's going to be worth spending where we can. Let's double check some of these things. If there's any spends we could have done that I was avoiding before. Like, unfortunately, like, we don't have logic, so we can't do that.
The blade is short and thin. Well sharpened, apparently. It's covered in blood. Still fresh. The lower part of the handle is unsullied by blood. The murderer gripped the weapon so tight that there's no blood where he held it. The handprint indicates a small and slender hand.
Yeah, unfortunately, our character is not great at investigating. He's more about talking. So there's only so much he can get from crime scenes like this. Which kind of sucks. But we're gonna get what we can. After this, I want to question Peru again, see if there's anything else we can get out of him. Because we really need to square things with him. We're not CSI 1793, unfortunately, no. You can build your character like that. Like, if you take the detective class at the beginning of the game, you'd be doing amazing in this scene right here, but that's not how I chose to build my guy. Alright. Oh, that was another clue we found. There was a trickle of blood coming out of her nose, but no sign of bruising. So it's not that somebody hit her in the face, but she still had a nosebleed. Also, we noticed that the wine she was drinking smelled horrifyingly bad, to the point where our character called it undrinkable, so it may have been tainted somehow. Let's see, let's check the upper body again.
I count no fewer than 9 wounds on the forehead.
Wine stops, that's true too.
Blood.
I don't want to rule that
First
out.
sight, I'd say that's what caused her death.
Great minds there, chat. Her psychic powers were defeated, clearly. Obviously, somebody scanned her. Red herring did it! I knew it! That bastard! I'll accuse him immediately. Rose, how are you doing today? How are things going with you, and what have you been playing lately? Alright, so no, we already checked that out.
I see no sign of bruising on the skull. The only clue is a scar from a previous craniectomy. Poor Elizabeth, she must have been very young when she went through all that. That's torture.
Still Tears of the Kingdom, excellent, excellent.
Maybe mutilations.
Alright, so...
She bled from the nose. What a strange smell.
We already know the smell was laudanum, so we're good there. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to find in here, unfortunately. Shoot. Check her arm one last time.
Body. She must have fought like a lion. It couldn't have happened without a lot of noise. There are also a number of old scars.
You mentioned the noise again, but we haven't actually heard anybody mention anybody hear the altercation, unfortunately. Craniectomies? I think it was a lobotomy. I'm not 100% sure. Alright, so I believe that's everywhere. Let me double check the map. Adam's room, Washington's room, Von Wallner's room. Can't get in there for some reason, but I don't think that's anybody's room. There's Peru's, there's Bonaparte's, Emily's. There's our room. And can I not get into the rooms on either side of mine? Or did we not check that somehow? I want to check that out real quick and make sure I didn't miss something there. Because that seems weird. Oh, here we go.
President George Washington.
No, we checked his room. Good there. So that we can't get into, but I don't think that's anybody's room.
Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
We can't go into Piaggi's room, but like I said, he's not exactly a suspect. And how about on the other side? Here's our room. Poke around in our room a little bit, see if there's anything else to see in there.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
And we can't go in Godoy's room, but I don't even know if Godoy's here right now, so I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, there's chairs everywhere in this place. I don't know if that's accurate to the period, but
Huh, that's me.
My goodness, there's a lot of chairs. Yeah, George Washington and Napoleon Bonaparte are both in this, as well as some other historical figures that I do not recognize. Alright, can we go downstairs? We cannot go downstairs, or at least not by that way. Alright.
Monsieur Napoleon Bonaparte.
Like I said, I want to question...
Sir Jacques Peru?
I want to question Peru one more time if we can. If there's anything else we can pull from him. I want to poke around his room, too. I mean, I don't think I'm actually going to find, like, a bloody footprint or anything like that. That'd be a little bit too convenient, but... I gotta try, you know? I gotta try. Can't go out on the balcony here. Can't examine any of that.
Dear friend.
That's his invitation. I don't know what that is. I have a guess, but I don't think it's relevant to what we're doing right now. No, there's nothing like weirdly suspicious around his room. You been enjoying this? Oh yeah, I'm liking this a lot. This is a very cool game.
All right. Have you finished?
Not quite. I'd like you to answer a few questions.
Alright, so I'm going to use... Let me remind myself what that item that is. I'm going to use a Carmelite water. And then use manipulation on him and see what happens. Let's try that. We're full on Carmelite water, so let's go for it. He's got to be immune to it? I don't know. If we can get him mad enough. If we can get him mad, he might say something that he doesn't intend to say. So that could be interesting. We already know all of his strengths and weaknesses. And manipulation's not on there. So let's see. We'll use the Carmelite water. That makes the skill free.
2 days ago, I surprised you having a go at Miss Adams.
What happened? Did you want to give her another beating? She wouldn't let you push her around again, huh?
Shut up, you little shit! You have no idea what happened, and here you are, carping away. You think you're Investigator of the Year. Have you taken a look at yourself, de Richet?
Didn't you get enough beating her black and blue the last time?
I did not!
Ah, damn it. If we had Logic 3, we'd get him, but that's max logic. We don't have that.
Go on. Keep going.
Finish what you came to do, then get out of my room.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I did not get enough! I mean, honestly, I would have liked to have known where that was going, but... Rose, you don't remember what your stats were? We went politician, which means we're very good at talking. Oh, hi, Mark. I was thinking of that. I did not hit her. I did not. Alright, we're not getting anything else out of him. Damn
We
it.
shall meet again.
Probably.
If you're gonna find a place on Twitch where people know about the room, this seems like a good place for it. Punisher, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you are doing well. Alright. Yeah, we've checked everything here then. So... I think we need to head back upstairs then. I don't think there's anything more to do here. Which is frustrating because I haven't solved the murder yet. I don't think it was Peru though. I mean, I don't trust him, and I think he was there. I believe he was there, but it sure seems like it's our mom that did it. Oh, sorry to hear that, Punisher. Hopefully we can help put a smile on your face. I will do my darndest. The Room is an absolute masterpiece. It's wild. It is wild. I know I've heard people say it's the worst movie ever made. And I will dispute that on one fact. And that's that I believe the worst sin any piece of media can commit is being boring. And I assure you, The Room is not boring. I've seen movies that are tremendously boring. The Room, everything about it is terrible, but it's never that at least. Birdemic is also pretty bad. It's up there. There's actually a documentary about The Room as well. I want to check that out at some point. Oh my god, it's kind of a Rocky Horror type thing at this point, isn't it, relentlessly? God, I'm not ready to close this case yet, but we don't have anything else. I'll see if there's anything else we can talk to Piaggi about.
What a tragedy, my son. How could such a thing have happened?
That's exactly what I'm trying to find out. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary last night?
I saw the young French soldier, Bonaparte, I believe, hanging around near Miss Adams' room. But I would not want to get an innocent man into trouble. It's probably nothing.
We believe it probably was nothing, actually.
One last thing. You must know that Peru hit young Adams on the evening of our arrival. He apparently violently attacked her in the small salon.
Do you know anything else about the attack?
Oh, unfortunately not. I arrived too late to intervene. Young Miss Adams had already been submitted to the foul lout's wrath. Otherwise, you can believe me, it would not have happened.
Damn it, no, he's got nothing else to say. Also, I have 2 conditions now? What the heck? Let's see. Gamagumo, you're headed to bed. All right, take care of yourself, Gamagumo. Thanks for hanging around. We will see you around. You have a good rest. See, Rocky Horror is a cheesy movie, but honestly, I think Rocky Horror is amazing. Like, it's very weird, but like nothing's, like, it's not written badly. It's not acted badly. Some of the songs are amazing. So like, it's very cheesy. It's not exactly, it was never going to win any major awards, but it's a fun movie at least. Perchance to stream, the first one that comes to mind when you mention that is Manos: The Hands of Fate, which I think is a very strong candidate for the worst movie ever made, because you want a movie that's boring? Manos: The Hands of Fate will kill you with how boring it is. They actually mentioned that when they're writing Mystery Science Theater, one of the things they do is they watch a movie 3 times in a row and make notes about possible jokes. They said Manos is one of the few movies that people started walking out of on the second viewing because they could not stand to watch it again. They just couldn't. I'm like, yeah, it's understandable. Alright, Kung Pao Enter the Fist, at least they knew what they were making there, so that's a fair thing. Oh, they give people spoons? That's so cute. Rocky Horror is one of your favorite movies because it's weird and entertaining, but also because it's important for the queer community. Also that as well. It's so good. I will stop and watch Rocky Horror anytime. It's so entertaining. Yeah, some of those movies are just bad, but Manos, God, there's not even anything like funny bad about Manos. It's just painful. Plan 9's up there. Plan 9's pretty bad too. Oh God, Punisher. If you must watch Manos, make sure you watch the Mystery Science Theater version. It's the only thing with any chance of making it passable. Literally made by queer people for queer people, which is fantastic, especially for the time. You didn't really see too much of that on stage or screen, which is very cool. And the fact that it had such a long legacy as well is very cool. Alright, so what's going on with our character? Oh, we got intoxicated again? God damn it. Well, we are full on golden elixir, so we may as well just go ahead and use one. So intoxicated, you get if you either drink or inhale something noxious, or if you use more than 4 items in a single chapter. But we have been using a lot of items, so that's probably what that was.
Pound.
Alright, I wish we had more. I really, really wish we had more to go on here. That's royal jelly, but we're already full. Oh, shit. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this shit.
I've come to speak about the findings of the investigation, my lord.
I'm listening, Louis.
Alright. I want to pause right here before we go into it. Because I want to see what your thoughts are, chat. Who do you think did it here? I'm not sure if we even need to provide a definitive suspect. But I'm curious if, after everything we've seen, if anyone here has any strong feelings towards anyone. Now, my feeling is we know it to a reasonable degree. We're pretty sure Peru is in the room that night. That much we know. We have good reason to believe that our character's mother was in the room that night as well. We're not 100% sure on that. But we have good reason to believe that. And the reason I say we're not 100% sure on that is because our major clue is that there was a woman's hand on the knife, which I guess could have been Elizabeth. And also there was that scrap of cloth, which we know our mother invented the technique, but also our mother raised Elizabeth, so it's possible that she would have had some dresses that were treated like that as well. Remember DL6? Oh my god, some guy in a hat bringing that back. Relentlessly, you know? Oh man, alright, fair enough, fair enough. Perchance I missed too much to have any clue, that's fair. I believe it was the butler. There's several butlers, and I don't believe they did. Alright. Also, I'll double check. Do we know anything about this guy we're talking to right now? He's immune to conviction and diversion. That's about it. Alright.
Will you remind me of the facts we already know about?
Elizabeth Adams was killed last night, but Piaggi was with Holm and I until late at night. As for Bonaparte and Washington, they left us after midnight, both tired.
Alright. I've watched another streamer play this game, and while there's a lot I've forgotten, I remember the broad strokes. Fair enough. Fair enough. I hope you enjoyed watching it, though. I'm having a blast with this game. I have clues, but I'd prefer not to accuse anyone.
I'm sorry, my lord, but I don't have any evidence conclusive enough to allow me to name the culprit with certitude.
Really? I see. Well, that's your decision, Louis, and I accept it. Given the distinguished guests and the sensitive political issues involved at the conference, I trust you'll leave me to conclude the case in my own way. Right. It's time we spoke about your mother, Louis.
Wait, does he not want my evidence? Does he not want to hear anything? What the hell? I thought he'd want to hear what we found at least, but no, apparently he just doesn't care. Alright, cool.
She seems to be making every effort to steer clear of your guests.
What do you mean?
For the past few weeks, my mother's been playing cat and mouse, if you will. I don't know why, but it wouldn't surprise me to learn that she's trying to avoid someone. The question is, who?
And in your opinion, would she be the cat or the mouse?
That is an excellent question. That is an excellent question, and I'm not 100% confident. But I think she is worried about her safety because of someone else on the island.
I'd like to answer the cat, but unfortunately I'm increasingly worried that she's in fact the mouse.
That doesn't make me feel any better, Louis.
What was the official reason why my mother came to your island?
I knew about your mother's activities, and yours, in the Golden Order. I thought we had everything to gain by working together.
You mean the cannon deal with Monsieur Bonaparte?
Among others, yes. How did you hear about that?
Monsieur Bonaparte came to speak to me about it yesterday, during lunch.
I see. So impetuous. He was supposed to let me speak to you about it first. Our friend Napoleon desperately needed financial backing to properly equip his army. I took it upon myself to back him because I have a firm conviction that he can go far.
We shall see. However, there's one thing that surprises me.
Let's see, both should be an option. Honestly, I think it is a little bit of both. And Jimmy, welcome in. How's everything going with you, Jimmy?
Did my mother intend to finance a war? I'm not sure that I follow.
No, your mother's aim was not so much to partake in a war, but rather to make Monsieur Bonaparte accountable.
Sorry, what?
France is in turmoil, and having support of a military man can often come in handy, Louis. You'll see. Once this deal was closed, I had big plans for Sarah.
Such as what?
You see, I've invited several influential figures on my island to present them with a project at the conference. It will be presented later today. I thought that the Golden Order had a role to play, and I still think so. I was hoping Sarah would be able to join us.
I see.
Indeed, if by chance your mother decided not to return to us before the conference, would you do me the great honor of attending? If only to follow the deliberations while waiting for her to duly take her seat.
Why not? We shall see.
Ah, thank you so much. In this way, you'll be able to keep your mother informed of what is said. There's something else I'd like to briefly go over. Earlier, you asked me the official reason for your mother's presence here. Is there an off-the-record reason why your mother came here?
Do we trust him? This is basically the question we're being asked here, is do we trust him? I think we do. I don't trust anyone here. I don't think we should trust anyone here. I'm gonna mention it to him, yeah.
She was looking for someone.
What do you mean?
In Paris, we were working on a smuggling case to do with occult objects. We had just arrested a dealer who intended to go to you to meet a buyer. My mother was here to find out to whom he intended to sell his stolen treasure.
Oh. What was the name of your dealer?
The dealer was called Von Burchard. As for the buyer, he was unknown to us.
No, I don't know anything about that. There's something I still don't get. In your opinion, why would your mother remain in hiding over several weeks?
That is a very good question. Takarash, welcome in. How are you doing today? How's your weekend going so far? Do you feel lucky, punk? I don't know that I do, but I give it a shot. Yeah, Louis has a very striking character portrait. I kind of like it.
Her not coming back to the manor after so long makes me wonder if she is wary of someone.
Well, certainly. But whom? The only ones who were present during her stay were Sir Gregory, Duchess Hillsborough, Mr. von Wollner, and myself.
You forget Elizabeth Adams, my lord.
That's true. But Gregory and I arranged it so that they wouldn't run into each other. I thought it had worked.
Do you think that your mother felt she was in danger because of Elizabeth?
It's possible.
The only thing I can tell you is that Sarah had indeed changed. At the beginning of her stay here, we enjoyed spending time together, solving the world's problems.
You seem to know my mother very well, my lord. What did you talk about together?
Oh, as soon as we had a little free time, we liked to share points of view about practically any subject. We would find ourselves embarked on interminable discussions that could go from Monsieur Blanchard's flight in a hot air balloon to the Treaty of Jassy, or the adoption of the metric system in France last year, or even Mr. Eli Whitney's invention in the United States.
Why does everyone know his mom so well? So his mother is the leader of a secret society called the Golden Order that seeks to influence world politics. So yeah, basically anybody with a big power in the world, she's probably run into at least once or twice. Building a deck for a greenhouse. Nice, how's it going? Alright, now remind me, do we know anything about him? Immune to conviction, immune to diversion. Alright, we can talk to him about politics then.
The armistice between the Russians and the Turks. Russia's come out of it having officially won Crimea, which gives it direct access to the Black Sea.
And, at the same time, the Mediterranean Sea. I'm worried about the decisions Tsarina Catherine might decide to take. She's a woman who managed to get rid of her husband to accede to the upper reaches of power. Gaining access to the Mediterranean Sea remains her main objective. When she still had that dear Potemkin as her lover, I could always find out about her intentions, but those days are over.
Yeah, some guy in a hat. Who would have thought that had come up again? Akarash basically done, only need to put down the last few dozen screws. Well, congratulations, that is fantastic, and I bet you're going to enjoy having that this summer.
You're speaking of Grigory Alexandrovich Potemkin?
The very man. The little devil behind the mother of all Russians. Since his death, I know absolutely nothing of what the Tsarina is up to.
Oh, really?
Ah, yes. I didn't mean to shock you. Please forgive me. Let's just say that, in my position, it is often advantageous to know about the habits and customs of world leaders.
I'm surprised she didn't get you started on the Crusades. It was her favorite subject.
Are you joking? Sarah and I spent entire days together reliving them. It so happens that the Crusades are also my subject of predilection, especially the Third. My ancestor distinguished himself brilliantly during the siege of Saint-Jean d'Acre.
Let's see. MC Potemkin got replaced by a horse? I don't actually know much about history. It's not my strong suit, unfortunately. But welcome in. How are you doing today? Probably not from Guilty Gear. Greenhouse will be worth it? Absolutely, absolutely. You can grow yourself some nice fresh tomatoes in the winter. I know I love those. Alright, so unfortunately we don't have erudition, so we know nothing about them.
Unfortunately, my lord, the Crusades are not my chosen field.
Well, it doesn't matter. You have plenty of time to learn. Your mother is a very well-read woman. You're quite lucky to have her as a model, Louis.
Yes, I know, but I'm still very worried.
I must admit, there are worse things to worry about now, Louis.
What do you mean?
Since she disappeared, your mother has been seen once. Her behavior on the evening of your arrival greatly surprised Gregory and myself. She resurfaced to attack Emma, Emily Hillsborough's twin sister. And she shot her with a pistol.
What?
Then, before Gregory could intervene, she ran off and disappeared again.
I beg your pardon? Hang on. That means my vision on the wharf, it was actually happening inside the manor. Mother shot Emily's sister? The very person she came looking for? Why would she do that? Excuse me, but between that and the childhood of Lady Adams, it's all a bit much for me to cope with. I need to piece it all together again to see things more clearly. You said that you spent a lot of time talking together at the beginning. What happened for that to change?
I'm afraid I haven't much to tell you. The more the days went by, the more she withdrew into herself. She never gave me an explanation. Until the day came when she purely and simply disappeared.
Where did she go when she wanted to be alone?
She would shut herself away in a room we use as a box room upstairs.
Would you allow me to go there?
Naturally, Louis, of course. I'll send you a servant to open it.
Thank you.
That's all I can tell you about the disappearance of your mother, Louis. I would like to have been more helpful.
I shall stay on her trail and follow up any leads.
Thank you. We will meet later on to welcome our last guest. In the meantime, I shall get someone to open the box room upstairs for you.
Thank you.
No, she shot her and then ran off after the shooting.
The room is just opposite Mortimer's study.
All right. Last guest, there's someone we haven't met. I believe it's Manuel Godoy. I believe that's the one we haven't met yet. I know we've learned a little bit about him, but I don't think we've ever had a chance to speak with him yet. Tell us we're going to end in a cliffhanger? I mean, it is an episodic game, so probably. You hear the seventh guest is getting a VR? Yeah, unfortunately. That is the thing. Alright, is this the room? No, that's not the one. Ah, shoot. No, it's probably right. Oh, God, I was standing right in front of it, wasn't I? I think I was. Damn it! I thought it was that room in the corner. Ran all the way across the building. Apparently, Swery's new game is a VR thing, too. I know, supposedly, Swery was working with Suda on something. But, like, they barely mentioned it in the last couple of years, so I don't know if it's still going. Let's see. Grushin, how are you doing today? Hope everything's good with you. Alright. This is the room where our mother was lurking when she needed to be alone.
There are burnt papers in the chimney.
What?
There's a legible fragment left. Hey, I recognize my mother's handwriting.
Suspicious.
She says, we must find a safer way to communicate. Someone is onto us. Trust in my faith in the man with the sword. So Mother had an accomplice here. Who could it be? Who could she be suspicious of? I must find the next part. Faith, sword. I recognize her love of riddles there.
I mean, the only man with a sword we've met so far is Napoleon, who had an officer's sword. Fallen royal jelly.
Dante's Paradise. Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays.
Lots of copies of Dante's Inferno laying around.
What is this disc?
I don't know, but I'll take it. Lodestone. Interesting. A round magnet. Very interesting. I don't think we picked up any new talents since the last time I looked. Alright. Clearly a mod! I mean, that works too. Dame Karen, how are you doing today? How's everything going with you? Another Carmelite water? Sure.
St. Paul on the Road to Damascus by Caravaggio.
Magnets! How do they work? Electrons lining up in orderly fashion. Next question.
Caravaggio attained a magnificent command of black and the play of colors too. Paul facing an ordeal, the curtains of his illusions being raised, and receives the light from his Savior.
Another caramelized water? Oh, that sounds disgusting. Ew. Nothing else we can do with that, unfortunately. Our character doesn't know shit about that. Fine, though. See anything in there? Alright, let's head into this next room.
The door appears to be locked on the other side.
Ooh.
I think I heard something fall to the ground. A metallic sound, like a key falling to the floor.
Ooh. Use the disc.
We'll see if it works.
Baha! Magnets!
It's open.
How is it locked from the inside is the question. I'm doing good, Dame Karen. What is this game about? It is 1793. We were on a small island outside of England during a quiet meeting between the most powerful people in the world at the time. We're looking for our mother, who is on some strange secret mission and trying to solve mysteries and conspiracies. You know it, Emperor. Brute force and a magnet. That's all it takes. We're doing really good on items right now.
St. Paul painted by Guido Rini. St. Paul is shown holding a sword. Strange. There's hardly any dust, as if the painting's been cleaned recently.
The man with the
There's a small
sword?
inscription engraved on the frame. Let's take a closer look. This is how Paul spoke to his pilgrims from Rome. Just above that, someone's written down the figure 11 on the painting and underlined it twice. No, what does that mean?
Let's have a think about it.
So we have the figure 11 twice underlined, and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe?
All right. Oh yeah, the art is gorgeous in here. I love it. How dare these people take care of those priceless classical masterpieces? Well, the weird thing is this is a storage room, so you wouldn't expect them to be really doing much dusting in here.
Amber.
Excellent! That is 4 pieces of amber, and that means an extra effort point for us.
Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Rini.
Alright. Nothing else to do there at the moment.
Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Rini. Looks like someone touched this commode recently. There are fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust.
Interesting. St. Paul is the world's first mod confirmed. Yeah, the key was inside the locked room somehow. That's suspicious. There's another book.
It's St. John, painted by Guido Rini.
Unfortunately, I have no knowledge that's relevant to this.
The New Testament.
We need to read about Paul, don't we? I think we do.
A volume of the Gutenberg Bible.
I don't even know where to start with that. We're gonna have to go back and check out that painting again and see what we need to look at.
I guess I'll just come back later.
Yeah, we'll come back later. St. John of the Big Booty? I'd like to be Saint of that. There's another collector coin.
A drawing of the Apostle Matthew, painted by Guido Rini. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel.
The name Caravaggio is burned in your memory? He was a big one from the era, if I remember correctly.
A chest with the occult symbol representing air.
No, we don't have a key for that, unfortunately. Ooh, I could definitely use Carmelite water and pick the lock. Kind of tempted to do that, since we do have full Carmelite water. Let's do this first. Let's see, do I still have that scrap of paper we picked up? Fortunately, no, we don't appear to. It's probably still in the fireplace then. Do it, Emperor! Alright, let's do it. Let's do it.
A chest with the occult symbol representing air.
Alright, so let me remind myself which one of that is. I think it's the last one, number 4, right? Yeah, it's number 4. Alright, so... now we can pick the lock for free. And we got a golden elixir. Another golden elixir, which you can't hold. And a piece of amber. Alright. So Carmelite water, what it does is it makes your next skill free to use. So that skill would have cost us 7 effort points. Which is close to the maximum we can ever have right now. But with the Carmelite water, we were able to do it without any effort points, which is very nice. Is it not going to let us read the paper again? Damn it. Let's see, is there any way I can see what that was? I don't know if there's any way we can reread what her notes were. Are you sure it wasn't in the inventory? Their invitation, some handkerchiefs, letter at the pier, Piaggi's letter, keys. It might technically be here on notes by de Richet, but I don't think I can read it. This is the weird thing. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere in here. No one told me about the freebies? I'm so sorry. Let's see. Can't read it from here. Sure, it's not important. God damn it. Alright, let's go and check the painting again. Because I know that's part of this.
St. Paul painted by Guido Reni. Of the 4 apostles shown in this piece, Paul is the only one who isn't an evangelist. He is the 13th apostle.
Someone looked up Carmelite water last stream and said it was some sort of booze, but I don't know much about it.
So we have the figure 11 twice underlined, and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe?
Alright. We need to find a story about Paul with a connection to the number 11. Alcoholic extract of lemon balms and other herbs, initially crafted in the 14th century, commercialized under the name Eau de Carmes, used as an herbal toilet, tonic, and toilet water. Interesting. Thank you, LTG. Alright, Chapter 6, verse 11?
Then they suborned men, which said, We have heard him speak blasphemous words against Moses and against God.
I don't think that's anything. Epistles of Paul. Epistles of the Corinthians 2? Roman number 2 looks kind of like an 11. Don't know what to look at in there. Oh God, I have no idea what I'm looking for here. Oh, what is perfume? Oh, thank you for that. And a recipe there too. Nice, nice. Well, if anybody has an idea, let me know. I am kind of lost here. Read it cover to cover. It's always Revelation. Is there anything in here with an 11? Check that real quick. That'd be the easiest thing, but it almost seems too easy. Need the clue again. It's something having to do with Paul and the number 11 and possibly pilgrims. There was a chapter 1 verse 1 in there, was there? Chapter 11 verse 11? Hey!
I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid, but rather through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles, for to provoke them to jealousy. Oh wait, a note from Mother is carefully folded between the pages here. What does it say? Dear E, I'm glad you found this note. I was afraid the code of the two groups of pilgrims would mislead you. Pick up the package. You know where, and hide it where no one will find it. It's imperative. Awaiting your reply, hidden behind the youngest apostle. What? The youngest apostle? What does Mother mean by that?
Alright, so it was the 1111. So the E there is Emma, Emily's twin sister, who we know is doing some sort of job for our mother on the island, though we don't know what. We believe she was supposed to find something and hide it somewhere. And for some reason, after she did that, our mother murdered her? So there's a lot we don't know about that. Don't say what you need to know. I keep confusing that poor man.
St. Paul painted by Guido Reni. St. Paul is shown holding a sword. Strange. There's hardly any dust, as if the painting's been cleaned recently. There's a small inscription engraved on the frame. Let's take a closer look. This is how Paul spoke to his pilgrims from Rome. Just above
here's
that,
it.
Someone's written down the figure 11 on the painting and underlined it twice. I don't know, what does that mean?
Behind the youngest apostle. How are we supposed to know who the youngest apostle is? Hey, Deathblow, welcome in. How are you doing today, Deathblow? How was your stream? What were you playing today? Tell me everything. LTG, you know who the youngest apostle is? Please enlighten me. I have very little knowledge in this area. John. Alright, I think we saw John somewhere here, right?
There's something else behind this painting. It says, half of each group will join the first city of Corinth. What the hell does that mean?
God damn it! Ugh. Also known as Little J to his apostles. Is youngest referred to the apostles' age or length of club membership? I don't know.
A drawing of the Apostle Matthew, painted by Guido Reni. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel.
And unfortunately, we don't have Erudition 2, so we can't use that there. Do we have that note in our inventory now? Oh, of course, that's not in there. It's his birthright!
There's there's something else behind this painting.
All right, so what did it say again?
It says, half of each group will join the first city of Corinth. What the hell does that mean?
Half of each group will join the city of Corinth. Oh, yeah. God, I don't know. Thank you, man. Corinthians? Maybe it's in Corinthians somewhere? Half of each group. Might have to brute force it. Me check!
For you are bought with a price. Therefore, glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's.
Alright,
For the Jews require a sign, and the Greeks seek after wisdom.
when we find our mother, we are going to have a long conversation about the complexity of codes.
If we have hope in Christ in this life only, we are, of all men, most miserable.
Yep, not that.
Now, therefore, there is utterly a fault among you, because ye go to law with one another. Why do ye not rather suffer injustice? Why do ye not rather suffer yourselves to be defrauded? Ah, look, here's a message. It is of paramount importance that no one finds it. Watch out for the Prussian. He's on the trail. Let's meet up. I'll leave it to you to organize the rendezvous. Not today. I'm unable to do it. In the meantime, I'll follow the first group to Mark, who will reveal the answer to them. And that first group of pilgrims, how many are there now? If I refer to the chapter I'm reading at the moment, 6.
So Mark 6 is where we're going to next? Oh, God. No 6 there. Oh, God. There. Oh, hi, Mark 6. Yeah, seriously, Mom, what are you doing?
Come back later.
Was there a painting of Mark around here? I don't remember.
St. Paul on the road to Damascus by Caravaggio. St. Paul is the only saint to be presented twice in these paintings, contrary to the other apostles. How come? This painting has been hanging here for a long time. A lot of dust is built up on it. Well, a finger has drawn a number in the thin layer of dust. I can read the number 4.
Yet another part of a clue, I imagine. Any Bible scholars in chat tonight? I wasn't thinking we were going to need one, but here we are. Here we are. Oh, God. Take that. I don't think there is a painting of Mark up here. Now that I'm thinking about it.
There's nothing worth noticing here. Little characters are engraved on the chest of drawers under the urn. It's a sentence in Hebrew.
Oh, luckily I have no linguistics.
It says, count in the dust. All right, let's do it.
Oh, we got a 4 from that.
There are finger marks, deliberately drawn in the dust. 8 in all. That's what the message in Hebrew spoke about. Hebrew 8.
Alright, that could be another thing. Hebrew 8.
No, nothing of value here.
Head back to the book in a second then.
It's too cumbersome for me to unhook here, but judging by the dust, it hasn't been moved for months, if not years.
Alright. Take that. Let's see. What are we looking at now? Hey, Alex! Welcome in, Alex. How are you doing today? How was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me everything. And for anybody that doesn't know me, my name is Shane. That's Shane's Games. I play the obscure, the unusual, and the nostalgic. And today we're playing a cool mystery point-and-click called The Council. Zen but Sleepier, welcome in. Toxie Smile, welcome in. How are you doing today? Remy, how are you doing? Hope everyone's doing well. What bot is that? Oh man, there's a term I haven't heard in a very long time. I actually don't know. I just sort of grabbed the first sample I could find, but that's a good question. I respect that. We're trying to solve puzzles now, but they're very hard, and I'm very bad at them. So I'm working on it. Sounds like 14.4, good ear, holy shit. Also, if anybody here is not following Alex's playing, jump on that. He is a great streamer, plays a little bit of everything, a little bit of anything, including a lot of multiplayer games and a lot of indie horror games, which is very cool. And just in general, great person to hang out, great person to chat with. Knows his wrestling, I appreciate that. So make sure you click that link and give him a follow. Check him out next time he's live. You're gonna have a good time over there. Epistle of the Hebrews. And there was an 8 in the dust. Try that. Imagine not having a 28.8. Imagine it. Disgusting.
Thou hast put all things under his feet, for in that he put all in subjection under him. He left nothing that is not put under him.
But you don't know what a bot is, so basically in the dial-up days of internet, that was how you determined your internet speed. Way back when.
But that which beareth thorns and briars is rejected, and is nigh unto cursing, whose end is to be burned. Here's a message.
There we go.
There are some complications. Indeed, the Prussian is insistent. What's happening at your end? Do you need help? If tonight is not possible, let's say tomorrow evening, in the South Room, where we reviewed the situation. When Paul understood that only the axe counted, he went back on his tracks. I await your confirmation to his left, in the company of the pilgrims that have joined him. Yeah, this last comment is about their code. I should find new pilgrims near Paul.
What? To the left, they said? Oh god, what are we even doing here? I thought all dial-up was the same speed going up. Understandable, understandable. The handshake noise, of course, of course. Noisy and slow, it's true. It's a good way to describe it. Would take 964 hours to download GTA 5. Patience required right there, definitely. Clearly Book of Acts is the hint here, is it? I didn't get that at all, but then again, this isn't exactly my strong suit. As I've said. At least it worked. That's how I first was going online, it was dial-up. Assuming nobody... Oh god. I cannot tell you how many matches of Tribes 2 I lost. Because somebody picked up the phone partway through. Friggin' brutal.
The painting looks like it's been taken down recently. What was it my mother said? That she would wait for an answer.
hidden behind the apostle. Ah, of course. There's something written behind the painting. On the second day, the pilgrims will listen to the prophecy of the young apostle. They shall add 1 companion to their left and 3 to their right to complete their rank. What does it mean?
I think I hate this puzzle. Just so much math.
St. John is the only apostle painted in this gallery who hasn't got a beard. Hey, wait! That means it's him. He's the youngest apostle. Right. This painting is therefore associated with the answer which E had to give to my mother. Now, I just need to know how to recover the answer.
I think we're doing this completely out of order, which is the problem. I'm just sort of stumbling into answers. God, we don't have logic or occultism, so we can't do anything with that. The agonies of unexpected phone calls, it was the worst. It's true. You ever get someone picking up on the other end and hear them through the modem? It was surreal as a child. Oh yeah, that was weird stuff. Light the whole place on fire? I'm very tempted to at this point. Oh God. Alright, so we got that. When Paul understood that only the axe counted, he went back on his tracks. I await your confirmation to his left in the company of the pilgrims that have joined him. That's another number, I imagine. Oh God, I don't even know. LTG, if you want to throw a hint at me, I'm drowning here. I'm absolutely drowning. To see them deal with slow internet, remember back in the day when you'd go to a webpage that has lots of pictures on it, and each one had to load individually as you watched? It was agonizing. Let's see, so nothing there. That sounds like genuine torture. It was horrible. It was horrible. I would not like to go back to it, that's for sure. Paul was originally a Roman. Acts comes before Romans in the Bible. Oh my... How would I know that? I think they... let's see. Is there a book of Acts? I think there is. Gospels and Acts of the Apostles. Acts of the Apostles. And then we do have a bunch of these. LTG, thank you so much for this. I'm completely lost here. Rin! That's brutal. Wise, though. I like it. First modem was 300 baud. I could type faster than it could send and receive, so I'd type a line and then wait for it to appear before moving on. Oh my God. Alright, let's just go ahead and check all these.
And suddenly there came a sound from heaven like a rushing mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were sitting.
I remember one of the message boards I used to read back in the days would give warnings for threads that have lots of pictures, because they're like, if you're on dial-up, this is going to crash your browser. Too many pictures there.
And there were 7 sons of one Sceva, a Jew, and chief of the priests which did so.
Let's see. Oh, sorry, Dame Karen. Axe. Yeah, this is... You remember one of my rules. One of my rules is that if a puzzle requires knowledge outside of the game, it is a bad puzzle. I think this qualifies. I do.
And he became very hungry and would have eaten, but while they were made ready, he fell into a trance. Hey, there's a note here. A message from Mother in reply to E. We must leave urgently, but first I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare. Watch out for Volner. He figured out I was avoiding him. Allay suspicion
See you tomorrow evening. Stand ready. For now, let's cease all communication until we meet. Take care of yourself. I suppose this must be the last message. What happened afterward? If it's what I suspect, I fear the worst. What did Mother mean by, I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare? I must go beyond the nightmare. What does she mean by that?
Wasn't the nightmare a painting that we saw somewhere?
Clearly she must be trying to do something useful, but the what? The nightmare. Does that remind me of anything?
Yes, it's an object.
It probably has to do with an object or something. Granting that this is the case, where might it be found?
Oh, God, I wish I could remember. It's a first floor room, I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's one of the... That is a 10-point spend, but I'm considering using some Carmelite water to try and remember, because I certainly don't. As a matter of fact, yeah, let's just do that. I don't remember. We're going to use some Carmelite water. Alright, take care of yourself, Deathblow. Thanks so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. You have a good rest, and we will see you around. Try to remember.
It was a study. I'm practically sure of it. Yes, it's the painting that was behind Mortimer's study. Well, let's see if Mortimer has anything to hide behind his painting. Mortimer's getting his guests together. I ought to join them so I don't look suspicious.
Damn it! Alright, we'll have to come back to that later then. Alright! Join the other guests is our next quest. We also got a new trait in there. Got a couple new traits. You have found all the clues and explored all the trails during the investigation into Elizabeth Adams' death. We got 1 point in vigilance. And theologian, you found your mother's messages hidden in the Bible. 1 point occultism, 1 point vigilance. Nice. Alright, that'll definitely help with level up. We can get 3 new skills at next level up now. Erudition, occultism, and logic, so that's awesome. Very happy about that. Alright. Well, let's head out of here then. Alright. That is episode 2, part 5 completed. I refused to indicate a culprit to Lord Mortimer. I understood what my mother's message is about, sort of. I found all the correspondence between my mother and E, somehow. I discovered my mother's message, apparently. No failures, no alternate paths, interestingly. Alright, we got a level. That's a good thing. 4 points available, so like I said, put 1 point into erudition. We have that now. 1 point in occultism. We got that now. And 2 points into logic. We've got that now. Alright, so the only skill we don't have now is science. Which, theoretically, we could just get at the next level. Just crank that out, which I wouldn't mind doing. Oh, jeez. Alright. I chose not to investigate anything in playing cards. Yes. I do believe in the heart of the cards. Alright, so... after that, I'm not sure. We'll see what we get. Alright, so go ahead and validate those. Alright, so we can equip 3 manuscripts, which means we're going to get 3 free points here. So what do we want most? Let's see. Manipulation, I know would be really cool. Vigilance, we're pushing towards level 2. That wouldn't be a terrible thing. Linguistics and politics would be easy as well. Etiquette, diversion, politics, manipulation, linguistics, science, which we wanted to get as well. So let's do science. Let's do linguistics. And what else do we want? We got 2 politics, diversion, etiquette, conviction, questioning, erudition. I'm gonna do. Did we do manipulation already? We did science. We did linguistics. Let's do manipulation as well. Hail science! Hail science! I had that happen to me, Casita, because I broke everything. Alright, that should be good for right now. I'm happy with that. Another 3 points.
It's time I went back and joined everyone in the small salon.
And we got tons of effort points now, which is awesome. We're going to be using them very soon, I suspect. And we got a new talent. Apprentice. Read 5 manuscripts. Your experience increases by 5%. Nice. Alright. So a little bit more XP. I'll definitely take that. Alright. Getting level 3 in anything is going to be really difficult, but this one seems like the easiest, if I can get diversion up to level 3. So basically, here's how the skill level works. At level 1, you can use a skill. That's a big thing because you can't use the skill at all if it's 0. So level 1 just gives you access to that skill in any situation. Level 2 lets you use the skill at a 3-point reduction, which sometimes can make the skill free, which is fantastic. And level 3, which is the max of the skill, makes the skill free all the time. The skill is always free to use. But as you can see on the character chart here, looking at some of the blue skills, which are level 2, as you can see, you have to put a lot of points into a level 2 skill to make it a level 3. Which makes sense, because having a skill be free all the time is incredibly powerful. But we're not going to have very many level 3 skills at all. Probably only 1 or maybe 2, but we'll see. My first goal is getting everything at level 1. That'll give us access to every skill, and the only thing we're missing there is science. After that, we'll see if we can knock a couple more up to level 2. All the ones that are blue here are level 2. And you can see we're already not far away from getting linguistics up to level 2, which is nice. Did you just learn the skill of making Carmelite water? Honestly, we did find a note that mentioned something about healing. I'm kind of curious if that's something. We took it, but I don't think we got anything from it. But yeah, I'd love to make that. That would be badass. Alright. Let us continue then.
You are expected in the small salon, sir.
Alright, he's guarding the way upstairs, because we're not supposed to be going upstairs right now. We're supposed to be going downstairs. So let's go do that. Can't go down that way. Where are we headed to? Upstairs on the other side. Of course, I went the wrong way. Hey, where's my IRL Carmelite water? Honestly, I kind of want to try it now. Because limoncellos can be good if they're not overwhelming, which sometimes they are. But I'd give it a shot at least. Definitely would.
Emily, I must speak to you.
What's the matter, Louis?
I have news about your sister.
What have you found out?
Look, I've started piecing together the events leading up to my mother's disappearance and your sister's. Did my mother know about your secret?
Yes, even though I belong to the English chapter, her rank in the Order gives her access to a good deal of personal information.
It must have been Emma I saw in my vision.
I was given to understand that my mother and your sister bonded during their stay.
Oh, jeez. Don't send her on my mother's trail? I don't know that I trust my mother right now, so let's just speak about the messages.
They kept up a secret correspondence, which makes me think they were suspicious of someone.
And did you find out who it was?
No, but von Wollner is mentioned. They were planning to make a quick getaway and were looking to hide something beforehand.
Have you got these messages?
Yes. Go ahead, take a look.
I see. I must say, thanks for your honesty, Louis.
Should I speak to her about my vision? If what I saw is true, she might want to take revenge.
Honesty, it's a goddamn vision. We can tell her about it, but it's still a magical little play that happened in her head. We have reason to think that Louis' visions might be accurate, but, like, we're gonna sound like a crazy person. I had a mysterious vision of my mother murdering your sister. No, that's weird.
I better keep that to myself for the time being.
Come, Louis. They're waiting for us.
Yeah, thanks for your honesty, dumbass. I am worried we're gonna get backstabbed here, but for the moment, I trust her.
You will pay dearly, Peru. I'm sure you were involved somewhere along the line.
That's right. Pretend you don't know. One piece of advice. Don't travel through France on your way back, or it'll cost you dearly.
Calm now, my friends. Let's calm down. Everyone seems to be a little unnecessarily heated. Don't forget where you are, please.
What's going on here exactly?
Sir Gregory called us together to introduce the last guest.
But hardly had we arrived when he set upon Monsieur Peru.
And what has Monsieur Peru done to once again provoke someone's anger?
We don't really know just yet.
I get the feeling it won't be long before it gets out.
How could you dare do such a thing? Dios mío, you are all out of your minds!
Really, Duke Manuel? What made you kick up such a fuss?
What? Have you not heard? Well, let me inform you that yesterday morning at 10:22 a.m. precisely, in the middle of the Place de la Révolution in Paris, by decree of the National Convention which Monsieur Peru works for, King Louis was guillotined. What? The King of France is dead, gentlemen.
Oops.
Our monarchies are in danger. I have said it before. How dare they?
Oh dear.
As if
Friends, let us calm down.
Don't pretend to be surprised. He got a fair trial.
Ridiculous! Bastard! He was sentenced to death by 361 votes to 360. You beheaded a king for one vote! Is that your democracy?
What an obnoxious act. Until anything was possible. This political coup will have grave consequences.
France is lost.
Gentlemen, please. Let us take a step back a moment.
In the name of holiness. He was the highest representative of God in France, Emily.
Interesting. Feels like you've been had. It's possible. But we decided to trust the priest before. That seemed to work out okay. Oh god! All right, I got a new trait in there. Cautious. Gain 1 point in diversion. All right.
Gentlemen, Duchess, we're all among people of reputable company here. We should be able to manage the conflicts of our nations in a respectful and orderly manner.
I fully agree with you, sir.
But
That's enough, sir.
with whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Louis Maras de Richet.
Are you related to Sarah de Richet?
Sarah is his mother, Duke. Gentlemen, this news affects us all, but I must ask you to remain calm. It's not the first time history has taken us by surprise. Let's ensure that our respective countries are allowed to respond appropriately to this news.
Oh, rest assured, the response will not fall short, my friend.
Good for you. Well, Your Grace, here I was preparing to introduce you as is proper, and you've beaten me to it. I'm delighted that we are all together at last. Our meeting will therefore be able to kick off shortly. I have just a few more little preparations to take care of before you all find out the reason for your presence here. In the meantime, I shall leave you to get to know one another. When you hear the bell, please proceed to the conclave room on my left, behind that door. I'll see you later.
Could you spare a moment, please, sir?
I'm glad you asked. I want to talk to you too. Of course.
Alright, before we jump into this, let's jump into our journal real quick. So we now have the final character, which is Manuel Godoy. We know before he has immunity etiquette. That's a good thing to know. Let's see. Manuel Godoy, Secretary of State and head of the Spanish government. A favorite of King Charles of Spain, Godoy rapidly climbed the political ranks. Lover of Queen Marie Louise Bourbon of Parma, he attracted the envy of Spanish princes. As Secretary of State, he developed and strengthened the Spanish colonial empire, especially in the Americas. Close friend of Louis, King of France, he worked hard for the king's liberation, but in vain. This served to fuel his resentment of the Republican government of France. Invited by Sir Gregory Home, Godoy arrived at Lord Mortimer's manor with a firm intention of calming the expansionist desires of the United States of America on their continent. Good luck with that, buddy. And what do we know about von Wallner? He's vulnerable to diversion. That's all we know so far. That's not a lot, but we might be able to use that here. This game is something else. It's wild, Toxie. I'm loving this thing. So unique. So unique. Confrontation.
I heard about your mother's disappearance.
He looks concerned. I don't know why, but I doubt it's from sympathy alone. Let's see what he wants from me.
Any news of her? Have you found her, maybe?
So you notice it says at the top... Oh god, we're on timer. So you notice it says at the top, only chance. That means if we fail at any step in this, we automatically lose the conversation and get no information out of Von Wallner. That's bad. We know he's weak against diversion, though.
To hear you speak, you seem to know my mother well.
Not really. We met for the first time on this very spot, some weeks back. We had a very pleasant discussion. She's an exceptionally learned lady, with a good head for business. No need for me to tell you that.
I agree.
Did she tell you about our arrangement?
Alright, I'm going to go ahead, because this is serious, we're going to use a Devil's Thorn, which will allow us to see his immunities and vulnerabilities for the rest of the conversation, hopefully. Alright, so nothing here.
The cat's out of the bag now. More or less, but please do refresh my memory.
Yes, of course. Nothing of great importance in itself. During one of our discussions, she spoke of an old book, which might have been of interest to me, and she had agreed to let me have it.
Oh, did she?
A book about what?
Ancient occultism. As you are aware, I am a doctor of theology. You might have come across some old books in her belongings, perhaps?
The least one can say is that he doesn't beat around the bush. Sarah never travels without a few books. What does the one you're looking for look like exactly?
It resembles a grimoire. It's divided into 7 parts, each one individually locked. It was made in such a way that if someone tried to tamper with it, the sheets would be permanently tarnished. It's a unique copy. There's only one.
The mere mention of it makes his face light up. Well, I'll take a closer look, but I can't promise you anything. You seem very upset. Is it so important to you, this book?
Well, it's the search of a lifetime. What can I say? Every time I move closer to it, it seems to slip away at the last minute. I was very surprised to learn that your mother had it in her possession. I thought it was with a certain von Borchardt in Paris. Do you know him?
I've never heard of him. I'm sorry. I haven't been much help to you.
Well, too bad.
I hope I've been able to satisfy your curiosity, Mr. von Volner, and that you succeed in finding what you're looking for.
Oh, and so do I.
And now, what if you told me who you really are working for, instead of keeping up this pretense?
I beg your pardon?
We both know what you're looking for, von Volner. You're the one who von Borchardt was planning to sell it to.
For centuries, all those who have come into contact with the Al-Azif
With the
have
what?
bitterly regretted it, Monsieur de Richet.
With the what?
You are playing a dangerous game. Please know that I am working for someone who does not appreciate anyone poking around in his business.
Let me guess.
I'm so bad with names, I gotta double check. Let's see, so that's Mortimer. That's Holm. Seven Seals! We should have read some more Revelation, we really should have. And not just a book, it's a grimoire. Grimoire.
It's Sir Gregory.
Correct. You ought to know then, he is not a man who likes to be duped. You are walking on thin ice, sir.
You better go and check out the painting in Lord Mortimer's study.
Alright, so we got through that entire encounter only using one item and no effort. I love that. That is fantastic. Okay. Take a quick peek around here. If there's anything worth seeing.
Monsieur Bonaparte, may I speak with you a moment?
May we?
Would you have any more information about the conference Lord Mortimer spoke of?
Nothing at all. Mortimer is very committed to secrecy when it comes to his conferences. But given the presence of Monsieur Peru and ourselves, I think it must concern France to some extent. Otherwise, I doubt he would have invited 3 Frenchmen to his table, huh?
That makes sense. I heard this grimoire took over 20 years to make, and then was priced really unreasonably, and then it was unnecessarily complicated. I know people that would buy it just for that.
What do you think of Duke Godoy?
Well, I'd rather not express any opinion of him.
Why is that?
His reputation is enough for me.
Let's see, do I know anything about Napoleon? He's immune to conviction in politics. Doesn't affect anything here.
Meaning?
This gentleman enjoys people talking about him for too many reasons. He's undeserved titles. More than 10 in just 4 years. And each one more prestigious than the one before.
You don't think he deserves them?
If I had seen him on the battlefield, there might be some doubt. But that is not the case. The Queen would rather not risk losing him, so she consoles him with awards and titles.
So you don't have a very positive opinion?
His coveting French Catalonia does not encourage me to have one.
I understand your point of view.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Well,
I'll be leaving you now. Shall we meet up again later?
Wait, monsieur. Any news of your mother?
Unfortunately not, no.
I hope to speak with her about my deal before I leave. Let me know if you find her. À plus tard, monsieur.
He has not done the thing, no. But also this is very early in his career. Yeah, the king was just executed. Which is, you know, kind of insane. We're supposed to go to Mortimer's study. Where the hell is Mortimer's study? Is it there? Maybe? I don't actually know. We'll find out. We'll figure it out as we go. I know we've been in this room before, so there's probably not too much to see in here.
Hey, these look like pages taken from an ancient encyclopedia.
Oh man, is that the last one we need? That is! We finished the encyclopedia, so if we read that, we get 3 separate skill points. That is spectacular. Excellent, excellent. We've been looking for that. Figured out as you go is the name of the game. It's true. It's true. Oh, he definitely can't go in there, so that's not his study. Oh, I guess we're heading this way then. And this is the entrance hallway. Let's see. There's some way to change floor we're looking at on the map? I thought there was. I think his study is on the 2nd floor. If I remember correctly. Not any of these, so we'll see if we can go upstairs from here. Can we talk to this guy?
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your service, day and night, sir.
I'm not going to ask him, because that might actually be a bad idea to let him know what we're up to. So what happens after we were summoned to meet everybody? So the group, we found the group having an argument, and it turns out because they just found out that the King of France had been guillotined, and so the political situation is in an uproar. So now I am going to see if I can find where our mother's last clue led us to, while we're waiting to find out what exactly the point of all of us being summoned to the island in the first place is. Shocking, shocking.
What do you want, Louis?
What do you think of our last guest?
Well, I never thought I would get the chance to meet that Hispanic Casanova in the flesh. His reputation is well known. The gentleman collects lovers, including, would you believe it, the Queen of Spain.
Gasp! I don't really care.
I doubt that Lord Mortimer invited him for his charm, if you want my opinion.
Yes, Mr. Godoy was also introduced to us. We didn't get a formal introduction because he was busy arguing because he was pissed off about the guillotining. But yeah, we met him now, so we know everybody here.
You're leaving me?
Unfortunately, I have things to do. Thank you again, madam.
Happens when you're breaking in new technology? Oh, God. Alright, so let's see. Tower Room, Von Wallner's, Adams, Washington's, Shays, Hillsborough. Alright, so it might be one of the locked door rooms over here, otherwise it's upstairs, I'm not sure. Check out the locked rooms first, I suppose. Or no, we would have seen it before, right? We've seen that painting before. Where the hell is his study? I don't know. It's somewhere we've been. Just don't remember where. It's not the tower room. It must be upstairs then, I suppose. head upstairs then. You'll find the stairs to take us up there. Just saying, Nano, I gotta keep him on the suspect list. It's important. I think... Here's the stairs upstairs. I suppose the study is the room we saw him at his desk before?
So, what did my mother mean by going beyond the nightmare?
Very good question. Let's find out. Hopefully nobody else is up here right now, but I think everybody's still downstairs waiting for the big announcement. Nightmare's the painting at the back right there. Oh, hello. There's some new stuff to look at here, though. What do we got here? Can't take that.
No, what have we got here? Well, it looks like a model of a lock. It's as if Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes. Well, I hope I never have to try and unlock it.
Ah! Oh, that's a hint right there. Viltrikin, welcome in, number 1. Number 2, how have you been? And number 3, that is a posture check. Oh, wow, I needed that one, apparently. I would recommend everybody else also take a moment to stretch out a little bit. That's the exotic bird in the room. Oh, it's a good thing after you've been sitting for a while to get the blood flowing. Maybe even stand up. Maybe even stand up and walk around a little bit. Make sure your legs aren't getting too stiff. Yeah, surely we'll never have to try anything like that. Thank you so much, Viltrikin.
Let's take a closer look.
And of course, the one skill I don't have is the one I can use here.
Dark chocolate beans. Very bitter. They're greatly prized in high society.
Alright. Hang on to that for later. Counts for the year 1792. Food, candles, dressed stone, Corinthian marble. Remember to reduce wood consumption next year. 280,000 pounds master paintings, of course, of course. Rich folks, man. Dear Mr. Guido Poletti, I'm writing with great regard to the dates of the paintings that I sent you for a temporary exhibition. Please note that they are all part of my private collection and are dated according to the Freemasons calendar, AL, in use at the time. As you may well have guessed, you must remember to subtract 4,000 years if you don't want the public to be surprised at the dating of your works. No need to remind you that the Freemason year begins in March, not January. I should write this down. This seems important. I'm sure this is going to be for another puzzle in a moment. High-class furniture in this era? Seriously, insane stuff. So, subtract 4,000 years. Year starts in March. Gotcha. About the Longinus painting, I took the liberty to have the spear touched up so it better corresponds to the actual spear. I cannot urge you strongly enough to do the same for yours. Yours sincerely, Lord William Alexander Mortimer, Marquis of Westfordshire. Insert, please someone help me balance my counts mean. Much better than a bean boozled, I'll take it any day. Yeah, the wood's the problem there, that's a real problem. Yeah, how does he know what the actual spear looks like? Well, we did find a room where he had a bunch of ancient artifacts sequestered, so he might actually have that.
The nightmare painted by Fuseli in 1781. Ah, this must be what my mother was talking about. Now just need to find out what she meant by go beyond. Hey, looks like it's mounted on rails on each side. It should lift up, I think. There must be a mechanism somewhere.
Oh god, the lock on the desk. Oh no. Oh, there's something down here too. That's easy. Hey, Geek Boy, welcome in. How are you doing today? Oh, jeez, there's another puzzle behind it.
Aha, I found it. Oh, what on earth is this? A ring lock now? Great. That's all I needed.
Is that how you go through life? You see a button, you push it, mostly. Rose, I would stomp on it if it helped me solve these puzzles quicker. Oh, God. Find the code of the hidden door. Alright. Do we have to do anything with the lock now?
No, what have we got here?
No, we don't.
Well, it looks like a model of a lock. It's as if Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes.
History of the First Crusades by Pierre Amédée de la Salle.
Hey, the dates indicate AL, and it looks like 4,000 years have been added to our calendar. Oh, that counting system again.
Alright. He did mention that he's a fan of the Third Crusade. He's mentioned that to us before, I remember that.
The famous call from Pope Gregory VIII in his Audita Tremendi Bull of 5,187. Oh, the crusade where Richard the Lionhearted distinguished himself. It states the first sea blockade of Saint-Jean d'Acre was broken in the 12th month of 5,190 AL, whereas the siege had been going on for 2 years.
Alright. There's a couple of dates in there then. Only 9,999 to try? Sure, I got time. Why not? And actually, yeah, it is more combos than that, oddly enough. It would be 10 times 10 times 10 times 10 is the calculation, I think. I feel like it wouldn't be obvious in making the date of the painting. We'd have to find the date of the painting, but that is one possibility there. What are the chances it's 1, 2, 3, 4? That would have been amazing. And Guybrush, how are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, fan of the Crusades, oddly enough. Alright, so let's keep looking around before we do anything.
This painting isn't finished. It looks like Mortimer probably did it. Not bad, but you can't exactly say it's been done in the style of the period.
Alright, let's keep looking around and see if there's more clues around here. I suspect there is.
Coup de Lance by Paul Rubens.
Let's see, that's not the one there is a spear in there. That might be the spear he was talking about. We'll come back to it. That might be the spear, though. Yeah, as soon as he said Paul Rubens, I'm like, wait, Pee-wee? You Herman? The Pee-wee Herman? Somehow I don't think so, but that's definitely the first thing that sprung to mind for me. How do the points work? So they actually carry over between scenes. So if we have very low at the end of one scene, we'll have very low at the beginning of the next one. Basically what happens is we have some items we can use to restore them, namely our royal jelly, which is indicated right here. Also, if we exploit a weakness when we're talking to someone, we get a point back. And if we level up, we get 3 points back. So there's a bit of an economy to using it. So we got to be a little bit careful, but we can afford to spend some. Oh, he just said the date of the painting? Did he? I might have missed that then. Real talk, Paul Rubens got robbed? I mean, partially, but also the guy did get some recognition in his time. And he still is these days to some extent. But yeah, he did get robbed. Still, the guy was on top of the world for a while. And he earned it. This is a very expensive collection. Alright, what do we have here? Presentation of the Mortimer family.
Well, well. History of the Mortimer lineage. Looks like his ancestors have always sought to improve society, and have had an open attitude towards the arts.
Viltrikin, that would not be backseating. I don't consider it backseating to tell me things that I should know but have forgotten. So feel free to. Or Dame Karen, if you know what the date is, feel free to let me know. And I'll go ahead and write that down.
Oh, the family tree.
She not noticing things, saying it so... It's rough. It's rough.
The first William Alexander Mortimer. He was born in 1131 and distinguished himself during the Third Crusade, during which he rubbed shoulders with Richard the Lionheart. He showed outstanding bravery during the siege of Saint-Jean d'Acre. He died in 1211 in the country of Westford at the age of 80. What longevity. Nice. Nothing is mentioned about his wife.
All right, 1781 is the date of the painting. Thank you, I appreciate that.
The direct descendant of William Alexander Mortimer I was born in 1195 on his father's return from the Crusade. Only son, more discreet than his father, it states that he was widely traveled. He produced only one descendant, named William Michael Mortimer. He died in 1275. There's no chapter dedicated to his mother.
Let's see, Lost, I am doing good. How about yourself? How's your week going so far, Lost?
Lord William Alexander Mortimer, lover of the arts and the sciences, he took up politics at an early age. After rapidly becoming influential, he decides to retire from public life in order to organize conferences reserved for the elite with the aim of finding answers to world problems. Blah, 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 blah. He's also an only son, and the book doesn't mention any known descendant.
The Mortimer is immune to science. That is a very good get right there. Let's analyze the names, because that's free.
Let's see. All Mortimer's ancestors are called William something Mortimer. That happens a lot in noble families, but here it's systematic. Not a single generation ever breaks the custom. Looks like this family is very attached to their principles.
Interesting.
This seems to be the list of grants and sponsorships given by the Mortimer family.
Emperor, would you be surprised to hear that's not the first time that's been a question in the game? Because they mentioned that his signature was found before. It is very odd. It is. Whew, geez, Lost. I hope you're staying safe. Yep, they actually have mentioned, they're like, wait, has this guy been alive for hundreds of years? We don't actually have any evidence of that, but it's something worth noting. We're not going to mess with that yet. It is eerie. We do know that apparently in the universe of this game there is supernatural stuff. I don't think it's super far-fetched. But we'll see. Oh, there's another Devil's Thorn. I think I'm full on everything now, which is kind of wild.
William Alexander Mortimer I, the 12th month of Anno Lucis, 5190. That's a funny date. That date in 5000 is something again. I wonder what in the world it means.
If we already know. What was the date there?
William Alexander Mortimer I, the 12th month of Anno
1190.
Lucis, 5190
Is what it translates to, 1190.
That's a funny date.
Alright. So that could potentially be the date I'm thinking. 1190 might be what it is.
A painting depicting the Third Crusade. It's titled Winter Before the Fall of Saint-Jean d'Acre. The Siege of Saint-Jean d'Acre was a major conflict during the Third Crusade. Richard the Lionheart and Philip Augustus fought to take the town back. It was the Crusaders' first operation to take back the Kingdom of Jerusalem.
Using the strange dating system, yes, that's true.
I get the impression I've seen that before. In fact, I've read something on the Crusades before in the study. He clearly loves the subject.
Alright, so it could be 1190, it could also be 1188, which is when the siege started. Grapes?
Might come in handy.
You never know. It's an adventure game after all. Alright, let's see what we got here. Let's try 1190 first. No. Notice something. Ooh. Alright, we got some things we can use here. Let's go notice something first.
It's a complex mechanism. Looks like the third ring is a bit seized up. It gets stuck on number 9.
Well, I think that's my answer then. It's got to be 1190.
Doesn't work, damn it.
Nope.
I really thought I was close. 1,190. Isn't the right date when you subtract 4,000? I must have missed a subtlety.
So they even have custom dialogue for that as a wrong answer. He's forgetting the months already? Oh, the months. Because the months start in March, not in January. All right. So we need to learn more about the siege then. As if it's right on the border.
History of the First Crusades by Pierre Amédée de la Salle. Hey, the dates indicate AL, and it looks like 4,000 years have been added to our calendar. Oh, that counting system again.
All right, so let's go look at the painting actually. Well, if you're wrong about the months, there's an easier way to test it. I mean, true. It's one of two things, but still, I want to see if we can not brute force this one if I don't have to.
A painting depicting the Third Crusade. It's titled Winter Before the Fall of Saint-Jean d'Acre. The Siege of Saint-Jean d'Acre. It was a major conflict during the Third Crusade. Richard the Lionheart and Philip Augustus fought to take the town back. It was the Crusaders' first operation to take back the Kingdom of Jerusalem.
Relentlessly, I think Emperor figured out who that wise man is.
I get the impression I've seen that before. In fact, I've read something on the Crusades before in the study.
Ah, it was in the book, all right.
He clearly loves the subject.
It's possible it is the other date system, but I figure that's got to be part of the puzzle, right? And welcome in, Ed. How are you doing today?
History of the First Crusades by Pierre Amédée de la Salle. Hey.
Yeah, I know. There doesn't seem to be any way to text, to skip dialogue in here.
Calendar. Oh, that counting system again.
Audio's doing the thing again? Alright, thank you for letting me know. I was counseling this fine day, having a good time, though some of the puzzles have been fairly obtuse. How are you doing today, Ed? Hope you're doing well. Give that a second. Audio's still crackling? Let's give it a second. See if hopefully it'll go away on its own. It usually seems to. All right. See, I'm thinking it's going to be... What is it? If they said that one sticks on 9, it's got to be 1191, right? That's got to be what they were trying to hint at, I imagine. If you're trying to hit it with a hammer, I have not yet. That is a good thing. I haven't seen that one forever. I don't even remember the scene. Sounds good now, thank you. I appreciate it. Alright, Third Crusade.
The famous call from Pope Gregory VIII in his Audita Tremendi Bull of 5,187. Oh, the crusade where Richard the Lionhearted distinguished himself. It states the first sea blockade of Saint-Jean d'Acre was broken in the 12th month of 5,190 AL, whereas the siege had been going on for 2 years.
The 12th month, so that would have been 1191. There we go. There's our answer. We were close. We did miss a tiny bit of nuance. 1191. Bingo!
Open sesame. Let's see what you've been hiding, Lord Mortimer.
So we know our mother was trying to get in here. We don't know if she did get in here or not. Auto shuffles itself. That is clever. I wouldn't be surprised if there's another puzzle just to get out. Oh, I would love a study like that. That'd be incredible. My dearest Lord Mortimer, I regret to inform you it'll soon be impossible to ignore pressure from the Russians. The Tsarina Catherine has every intention of supporting the Count of Provence and will recognize him as the regent of the Kingdom of France. Once King Louis has disappeared from the political stage, I am sorry to announce bad news but expect dark times ahead. Your friend, Elfriede Bauer? I'm probably mispronouncing that.
A fine-looking map of the Orient, indeed.
Interesting. I suspect we'll be coming back to that. Sir, your plans to intervene in Belgium are to go ahead as set down. I am to occupy the Prussian army. Your delivery of cannons to Valmy has ensured our victory. As agreed, I have notified the King of Prussia of the invasion plans of Castine and the Army of the North. I will keep the Austrians out of Belgium. I am to quickly return to Paris as I sense the fate of our King Louis is about to be decided dishonorably, and it is impossible for me not to intervene. Should you have any missives to give me, I invite you to go by, as per usual, our friend Monsieur Peru. Sincerely yours, Charles-Francois Dumouriez, General of the Army of the North. Interesting. Devil's Thorn, but we're full. Locked door right there, we'll come back to it. Golden Elixir, we're full though. My dearest Lord Mortimer, as a friend of China, rest assured that you will be rewarded for your information. You need not worry about any scheming against us from Great Britain. Their representative, Mr. McCartney, will leave us with no hope of any arrangement involving us. Your friend, Qianlong, Emperor of the Qing Dynasty. Interesting. William, whatever your projects, it would seem that our father is against leaving you with a grip on Europe. Russia will soon commit itself to the coalition against your dear France. Don't think you can resist for long. I beseech you, William, not to persist. You are tearing our family apart. Your loving brother, G. P.S. I shall come to your conference, but do you think that holding it at the present moment is conductive? William's brother? I remember him having a brother. My dear friend, thank you for your words, and I do understand the situation. I regret having to confront you militarily, but if the situation obliges me to declare war, then do what you think fit. Under your advisement and with a weary heart, I am off to meet up with the coalition that opposes you. In the hope of serving you again, George, King of Hanover, King of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. In hope of serving you again? What guest names start with G? Manuel Godoy? They don't really strike me as brothers, though. Piaggi Giuseppe? Giuseppe Piaggi, I guess? George Washington? A couple possibilities there.
It shows the forces present in Europe. It's clear that France is surrounded by her enemies. However, a large number has been underlined in bold. 26 million. I know what it is. It's an estimation of my country's population. All our neighbors have far fewer inhabitants.
Interesting. Very interesting. What on earth is going on here? Let's see if you have the courage to face me alone.
This is my mother's writing. I've picked up her trail. What is she up to? Obviously, she wants to lure Mortimer somewhere, but where? The only clue she's left for Mortimer is his stone sword. It must be intentional. It looks like a decorative sword, like from a statue, for example. And judging by the state of it, I'm guessing it's been left outside for a long time. I have absolutely got to find out where it came from.
I mean, there's supposed to be a statue garden, so that seems like a likely place to start. Also, our mother didn't trust Mortimer. Now we know that. We probably shouldn't trust him either. My dear friend, as desired, I've been able to gather together my friends to sign the agreement you proposed. This agreement shall be known as the Buttonwood Agreement. If you recall the place where we gathered when we met us for the first time, you will understand why the name was given. Please find enclosed a list of my colleagues. Leonard Bleecker, Hugh Smith, Armstrong and Broadwell, Samuel March, Andrew de Barclay, Benjamin Saxes, John Henry, John Bush, David Reedy. Thanks to your help, we shall soon be able to meet at my place, the Tontine Coffee House. I'm looking forward to seeing you as soon as possible, Hugh Smith. Let me just grab this sword. It's not suspicious at all. We'll need it to figure out where she's going, though, I think. My dear friend, with thanks for your services rendered and help in the fight against the Spanish and the conquest of Oran, a ship bound for Marseille in France has been chartered. Hidden aboard are a few corpses infected with the plague that is decimating your country at this moment in time. Be very careful when handling these boxes because if inadvertently opened, you risk spreading the disease all over France. Mohammed El-Kaber. Well, that's frightening. The Buttonwood Agreement is a historical document. I suspected it was. I'm not familiar with it, though. The gift has been delivered. Timur Shah Durrani, King of Afghanistan, of Punjab, of Sindh, of Masad, of Kashmir, should not retain his title much longer. His son Zaman will succeed as planned. We will then be able to resume negotiations. So what I'm getting here is this guy had fingers in pies on every part of the known world. This is terrifying.
This shows the forces present in America.
Early germ warfare. It was actually in use earlier than you might think. I already saw that.
Weakness of the Human Psyche by Guillaume Trimore. He says, it is possible to drill an idea into someone by constant daily repetition until the mind gives in. And goes on, there are hundreds of good ways to live life, but you only need one to convince the masses that it's the only one possible. The author isn't letting any ethical principles get in his way, is he?
By Trebuchet, I believe, Rose. Got some new traits there, I think. Where's my new traits? Shepherd, we gain 1 point in manipulation. Alright, I'll take that. Alright, they put these in odd order. They're not chronological. but there's some cool stuff in here. Alright. Take that. My lord, I hope this letter will reach you. My hours are numbered. My printing house has been confiscated and I am imprisoned in the fortress of Scheisselberg. If by chance you could intervene in my favor, I would be eternally in your debt. The Tsarina Catherine should not be long in banning all Golden Order lodges from her territory. Our horizon has become considerably darker. In hope that you can help me, your friend Nikolai Novikov. Dear Lord Mortimer, I'm writing to ask you to persuade President Washington not to sign the Fugitive Slave Act as it stands. We must absolutely legislate on a national level and not allow every state to choose their policy regarding slaves. It was initially intended to resolve a conflict between Pennsylvania and Virginia. By signing it, we risk legislating the hunting of blacks. More and more men of little faith are becoming slave hunters, and unable to find any slaves on the run, they kidnap the very first black they come across, which they pass off as wanted runaway. The situation threatens to quickly degenerate. Thank you in advance, your friend John Adams. P.S. Say hello to my daughter Elizabeth for me. Yeah, that's true, Rin. That's true. There are consequences to be considered.
It shows the forces present in Africa. This is unexpected activity in this sector. It looks like there are also many unknowns, even for Mortimer. Moreover, it shows a fair number of sea voyages being organized towards the American continent. No doubt with slaves. How many men are broken in this trade? Tens of thousands each year, according to what people say.
Alright. We've seen everything on the walls around here. Let's head into the room in the back. See what we can see in here. Oh wow, there's still plenty to see.
Preservation using formaldehyde. Just as disgusting as ever.
It is a little gross. It's true. So the first room was all about global politics. This one seems to be more about science. Alright, another book.
Something strange about this table. The Little Surgeon's Perfect Collection.
Unfortunately, science is the one skill we don't have. We already knew that he was immune to science, though. I'll take it.
Looks like obsidian or onyx. Must weigh a ton.
Formaldehyde Jekyll, but it's unstable. Oh, God.
Strange. I don't recognize the alphabet. I wonder where the pictograms are from. It isn't Egyptian or Hebrew. There are two inscriptions on the sides as well as on the top. No way to know what's underneath. Absolutely no idea what it's for, but I find this cue fascinating.
Very interesting.
These are feathers. Pigeon, probably. A skeleton by the name of Gustav, if the plaque on the plinth is anything to go by. Mortimer's given a name to his anatomy skeleton. That's morbid.
Or maybe that's where it came from.
His right hand is missing.
Huh. Missing the right hand. That is interesting. Dear Lord Mortimer, as agreed, I have changed your old lock for one of my own invention. Drawing inspiration from your doctor friend, Mr. Guillotine, here is the model of your new lock if you appreciate my prototype. It is difficult to imagine how it all fits together, but it will be located in the middle of the present door. The aim being to alter nothing of the door's functionality, but to add a bit of spice. Depending on the lineup of the wheels, the aforementioned lock will open or will punish the snooper whose faith is not strong enough. I call my invention the Judgment of Faith, because if a snooper is unable to resist opening it, they will be punished. I hope you'll appreciate the irony of the situation. Wait! The model lock we saw before had a circular ring? Is it you reach through and if you don't have faith, it cuts your damn hand off? Mr. Guillotine? Oh, God! Oh, God! Alright. And something tells me we're gonna have to mess with that eventually. Really don't want to get my hand cut off, though. Dear friend, who is the most admirable of all the Olympians? None other than the king of gods, of course. Unlike his father Kronos, he learned to make equal use of his strength and wisdom. Instead of fearing the power of his children and brothers, he accepted to share the world with them. Men fear his thunder and praise his justice. He reigns but doesn't dominate. Interesting. Oh God, relentlessly. It's probably going to happen to me.
That must be for writing the homing pigeon messages.
Oh yeah, who did write the letter? Gustav Montrant, Master Architect. Interesting. Circle the room first.
An iron mask. I wonder who it's for.
I wonder if the Man in the Iron Mask has happened yet in 1793. Ah, some more Carmelite water. I don't recognize the name, if anybody else does. Dear Lord Mortimer, be assured of my entire devotion. As agreed, the Vendee peasantry will soon rise up. My network is striving to increase the pressure on the masses. The decision of the Assembly, which consists of voting of the civil constitution of the clergy, is inflaming the region. The people overwhelmingly reject the priests and swear loyalty to the state. If you can ensure that the convention will administer the final blow to the people, the issue will be resolved. Without wishing to direct you, a forced recruitment for a faraway conflict would be a perfect way to arouse the people definitively. Your devoted servant, Francois Athanas Charette de la Contrie. I'm horribly butchering that, I'm sure. Oh, the skeleton's name! Oh no. Oh no. Hey, Folos! Good morning. How are you doing today? Ah, another occult key. Interesting.
Am I seeing things, or is that an actual von Leeuwenhoek microscope? Incredible. Mortimer really is at the cutting edge of science.
Also,
even at the Order, it took us ages to get one of those.
At the cutting edge of science, and also mind-blowingly rich.
A chest with a motif representing the alchemical symbol of fire.
Oh, we don't have another key, dang it.
A table of alchemical elements. So, Lord Mortimer also studies alchemy? It seems like he's interested in everything.
What is the skeleton missing? The hand. The hand!
3 rusty old nails. They're about 20 centimeters long.
I hope that's not what I'm thinking they are. Considering everything else this guy's got.
Some goat skulls, chicken legs. Now we all know what that's for. I'm a little surprised at Mortimer. I didn't seem as the type to be organizing little pagan parties, invoking occult powers, and dancing naked under the full moon. I'm more used to seeing cheap charms like this sold by charlatans in Pré Saint-Gervais.
He seems like he does a little bit of everything. Oh no, Follows, I'm sorry. Lord Mortimer, the tiger is dying. On your demand, I have attacked Travancore and personally cut the throats of as many Englishmen as possible, though without help from the French, I cannot hold them off much longer. My forces are rapidly diminishing in spite of your new rockets. Help us, Tipo Sahib, Sultan of Mysore.
Look, a pack of tarot cards. Has he been reading the cards? Mortimer? That would surprise me.
Well, let's see what he got.
It is a typical draw on a line that answers a specific question. To the left, Temperance, that announces a reward for one who patiently waits before taking any action. And in the middle, the Chariot, which symbolizes triumph and business success. To the right, the Emperor evokes a future full of power and stability.
A nice draw for him, it sounds like. Alright, I think that's everything to be seen in here. Oh, wait. A blackboard, or is that what's behind it? That's what's behind it. Yeah. Alright. I hope we got enough clues. Whatever comes next, then. Like I said, I think we've seen everything in here, as far as I can tell. Taking one last look.
Oh, shit. How am I gonna get out of here now?
We actually are trapped. Good deal. Good deal. Do we just have to put on the reverse of the dials? Because this is the back of the dials? Possibly. Rose! Digging deep for that one. Lost, you have some soap that was made there. That's interesting. Alright, so maybe we just have to put the reverse of the dates? So in that case... let's see this. Alright, so... alright, this one's 9. I'm doing this slowly, but I'm going to try this. Alright. And this one is also 1, so... damn it! Oh! The wrong one. This is surprisingly hard to control. I can barely see from there. It's 9. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 5. So if I did this right, this should be set to 1191 on the other side.
This looks like the same mechanism as the one on the other side.
That's what I thought. Literally just set it on the other side from this side. Ease peas.
Well, I better not dwell on it then.
Alright. Trait unlocked, Master of Escape. What is that? 1 point in Subterfuge, I'll take that. And a couple points here and there now. Thank you for the GG, Emperor. Let's see, Rose, you're switching from deli to a cleaning crew, still overnights. Gives me a steady time of leaving each morning, allows me to help my wife get ready for work. Work will also be more constant. Oh, well, congratulations, Rose. That sounds really nice. The master of unlocking. That's me. All right. So find out the origin of the sword left by your mother. Like I said, I'm assuming it's the statue garden. All right. I met Manuel Godoy. I got some information out of Vaughn Wallner. I found the nightmare that my mother mentioned. I found a way of getting into the secret study. I got out of Mortimer's secret study without any trouble. Failed. I could have shown interest in Mortimer's bird. Damn it. I didn't look at the bird. We looked at the bird. We tried to look at the bird in the first part, but we didn't look at him in this part. Alternative paths. I could have met Peru under strange circumstances. Wonder what that is. Yeah, he had an exotic bird, which we could hear talking to himself occasionally. But we didn't really mess with him any. Alright, that's another level. Didn't do too much in that one, but I'll take it. All right, 4 points. So first of all, let's finally get science. There we go. Now we have level 1, at least level 1 in every skill. That is excellent. We've got 2 points left to spend. Let's see, what are we about to get some points in? Science, linguistics, and erudition. Alright, we can play to that then. Oh, if I put 2 points in linguistics, we're about to level it up then, so let's do that. There we go. That should get level 2 for us. I do well with routines and stability. I'm the same way. I really need stability in my routines, and predictability as well. Very nice. One never knows what a little birdie might tell you. It's true. That's also been a gimmick in many murder mysteries as well, I believe. Alright. Alright, manuscripts to equip 3, so we'll start with the encyclopedia, because that gives us 3 points, and that's awesome. And then we get 2 more after that. We got questioning, erudition, conviction, politics, science, etiquette, diversion. Got 2 in politics there. Let's see. Science and erudition wouldn't be bad choices because I've already got some points in those. Let's do 1 in science and 1 in erudition. Excellent.
This note is about a meeting with Lord Mortimer. There's no doubt about it. Alright, I need to find out where the sword that came with it's from in order to find Mother.
Alright, we got another trait there. Check that out. Or no, talent, sorry. We got Jack of all trades, so now we get 10% more XP at the end of quests because we got level 1 in everything, which is excellent. And if we find 3 more points of amber, we get another point of effort as well, which is amazing. Alright. Slowly going places here. Use no consumable during quest? No thanks. No thanks. Alright, we get skill points for uncovering characters' vulnerabilities as well, which is pretty cool. Like that. Grushin, why can't it be both? Why can't it be both? Alright.
You're joking, I hope. Don't tell me you've done that.
Really? How do you expect me to guess?
Oh, for God's sake, just ask them. We must absolutely inform Sir Gregory. How long has he been trying to collect all the spears?
I must have brought him the first one 20-odd years ago.
Do you know if he has managed to get the original?
Well, in any case, he's got all the ones we had at the Vatican. He made me replace them with copies. But I don't understand your reaction. I'm sure it is nothing serious.
I can see very well you do not understand. You have done nothing less than sign our death warrants, and still you don't understand.
Someone is listening.
What? Monsieur de Richet, why not join us rather than find yourself eavesdropping?
Well, I didn't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Of course you didn't. So, my son, what can we do for you?
I didn't mean to spy on you, but you caught my attention.
Let's see.
Please excuse me if I interrupt, gentlemen. I didn't want to disturb you. Please, carry on. Your Eminence, you were talking about the Holy Spear, if I remember correctly. The one that killed Christ on the cross. Is that right?
Indeed, Louis. I was just telling Mr. von Wallner about Lord Mortimer's keen interest in the relic.
He's been collecting them for years in the hope that he'll find the real one.
Enough. Please leave us, monsieur. His Eminence and I wish to finish our discussion alone.
Well, ain't that interesting? I don't know what he's doing looking for that, but that is very interesting to know. Zero proof. I mean, eventually they spotted me, I suppose. Alright, so we need to get downstairs. See if we can take the stairs over here. Can, excellent. Alright, where am I now? Ah, the service stairs. Alright, so we have not been here before. I think that's the statue. Or no, the statue garden's in the center. I think. That's probably where we have to go. The stabbing didn't help, that's true. I find stabbing rarely helps anyone's health. Alright, Devil's Thorns. We don't need those right now.
There's the alchemical symbol of the earth on the lid.
Don't have enough to unlock that one yet. Oh, another book. The Locksmith's Art. Gee, I wonder what that, what skill that helps with. Alright. And where's the map? Right, so I think this is where we're going, right? Yeah, here we go. It was a test to see if he was dead at the time, which he was. You don't know for sure unless you try. That's how you find out if he's dead. You poke him with a stick. Alright. Oh, hey, there's what's his name. I don't want to talk to him, but we're going to have to. Anything interesting over here? No. Alright. Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Well, Monsieur de Richet, what brings you here?
Let's see. What do we know about him? Vulnerable to etiquette and psychology, immune to diversion and questioning. Vulnerable to etiquette, alright.
To tell the truth, I was wondering the same thing about you.
It's rare for guests to wander about in the garden. I wanted to be alone for 5 minutes.
You look worried.
Worried? No. Resolved would be a more exact term.
Resolved to do what?
What's the point in answering? You wouldn't believe me anyway. I'll be leaving now because whatever it is you're up to, I do not want to know. Be seeing you.
Tell me, aren't you even curious?
Curiosity killed a cat, Monsieur de Richet. I admit, I may have judged you wrongly. Watching you seek out Mortimer's little secrets might even be amusing if I didn't already know the consequences. See you later.
What do you mean by consequences?
You seem exhilarated by all this. But if you continue down that path, you'll end up selling your soul to him too. Well, I warned you. Good luck to you, monsieur.
Interesting. He doesn't like us much. I don't really like him much either. The gardens are just lousy with conspirators, so it would seem. So it would seem. Alright, let's look for a statue that's missing a sword, then.
Ariadne. In Greek mythology, she helped Theseus get through the labyrinth. Looks like there's a crack in the region of the heart. The state the stone of the statue is in reminds me of the sword.
I'll bet my boots this is where Mother wanted to lure Mortimer. Just need to know why. I guide the sword that will kill the monster. Let's see. A crack as long as my finger. What's going to happen if I've got it wrong?
That's a good question.
Ariadne.
Let's pull out the sword for right now.
Try something else.
Alright. But that was the plaque. I guide the sword that kills the monster. Worth remembering. Suspect we're going to use some points solving this one. Because I don't want to lose my hand. Crazy as that might sound. Another book, I'll take that. And I have a feeling that's on the table right here. The possibility of me losing my hand. Alright.
Icarus. The son of Daedalus and Nocrate. Impossible to mistake him with those wings. After flying too close to the sun, he became unstuck and he fell to his death. Pity.
Why not? You have a spare? I enjoy having them both. You do remember this bit? Oh no.
I am the innocent one, sacrificed for the sins of the Father.
There's something different, interesting.
Well, let's keep going.
Not like poor old Gustav. Now, I want to survey the whole situation before I actually start acting here. Let's not get too hasty with any of our actions.
Minos, son of Zeus and Europa. If I remember correctly, he was the king of Crete. Married to Pasiphae, he had many children, including the famous Ariadne, whom history remembers for her thread. Hey, there's a crack in that statue. His gesture sealed his fate. The crack is in the region of the heart. It's a thin crack as long as a finger. A blade could easily enter.
Balls? That sounds delicious. Alright, so there's multiple places we could put the sword. I suspected that much.
Theseus, son of Aegeus. He's the one who slayed the Minotaur. Wrongly positioned, I am the blind hero. I wasn't expecting an inscription like that.
Alright, there is another crack there.
I wonder if Mother managed to solve this enigma.
I also noticed the thread. We're going to check that out in a second as well. I suspect that's part of this.
Pasiphae, daughter of Perseus and sister of Circe. She married Minos and became the queen of Crete.
Deliverance alone suffices not to wash away my humiliation.
Now, let's notice something.
She has no cracks.
I knew that!
Alright, well, let's continue anyways.
Ah, damn it, game. I already noticed that.
I wonder what this kiosk is doing in the middle of the garden. Too cramped to be able to do much. Well, there must be something going on there.
Yeah, that's part of the puzzle. I don't want to mess with it too much yet.
It's up to the just to deliver judgment. Truth unlocks all possibilities.
Interesting. Oh, another key. Which I think I know what that one goes to as well. Alright, let's see if we can trace the string then. We know where it starts, so we'll see if we can start over there. See if we can figure out where it's going. I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of the puzzle. Also, got somebody else over here, don't we? Ah, the Minotaur. Possibly. He's got some swords in him already.
Asterion. It is rare to see him like this. In general, he's represented with the head of a bull, with the features of the Minotaur.
The famous son of Minos and Pasiphae.
I am the cursed child. This statue has a crack in it. The crack is thin and about as long as a finger. I should be able to thrust in my sword.
Some guy in a hat? Oh my god. There's an item called Yarn of Ariadne, and if you encounter Theseus while holding it, he'll make a comment about you trying to mock him by bringing it with you. Alright, so we could put the sword here as well.
Let's go.
Very interesting. There's another Carmelite water. I think that's about the only thing we're missing at this point. Take that. There's him. That's a dead end. So it's a little bit of a maze, but not like a horrendous maze or anything like that. It's not too bad. It's small, and you can kind of see around some bits of it, so that's nice. I'm looking for it, believe me. Alright, so this is where the thread starts. Let's see. Aha.
Here's the famous Ariana's thread, thanks to which, if I remember rightly, Theseus avoided getting lost in the labyrinth.
Alright. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to follow it quite as well, because right here, it just goes through the damn wall. Super handy. We have to go around. See if we can get over there and see where it comes out. Here we go. Follow it over this way, and it goes through the damn wall again. That's dumb. Over there. Going around? Yeah, here we go. I don't think we saw this statue either.
Daedalus. He's the architect of the labyrinth. And if I'm not mistaken, he's also the father of Icarus.
Gazebo might be a monster. I cast Fireball at the darkness. I do that all the time relentlessly. I think the worst is when I'm like in it playing a stealth game and I lean to try and see around the corner.
I am the architect of my own demise. Hey, there's a crack in this statue too. The crack is thin and about as long as a finger.
Alright, so most of these statues we do have a place we can put a sword into. Also, we got a couple of new traits there, I think. Subterfuge. Snooper, more subterfuge. Hellenist, you translated all the plaques on the statues in the garden. Oh, nice. Extra point in linguistics. Alright, we're doing really good there. Cool, cool. Got almost all of the diplomat skills at level 2 now. That's pretty cool. Alright, let's continue following the thread then. Goes through the wall there, so I gotta head around. Comes out right here, goes over this way. Hops through the wall there. Winds over this way. Once again goes through the wall. It's not as easy to get around though. Comes out right there. Goes around this way. Stops right here.
Theseus.
The thread does head to Theseus.
He's the son of Aegeus. He became the mythical king of Athens, the unifying king. Pity, he's generally only remembered for having slayed the Minotaur.
All right.
I wonder if Mother managed to solve this enigma.
There seems like it. All right. There's a bunch of bushes, or like, clippings all over the place. I don't know if that means anything. Maybe, maybe not. If there's anything else to look at here. I don't want to actually touch anything because I may die.
What is that? It's like a sort of opening mechanism. Knowing Mortimer, I bet it's booby-trapped. There's a little hole at the fingers. I'm pretty sure if I get it wrong, I'll get pricked. Damn you, Mortimer. Reminds me of traps I studied in Egyptian tombs.
Alright. That looks like it opens a staircase if we get it right. That's good to know. Alright. Let's see. Is there any other clues we have here? So we need to take better care of the statues. This is also true. Stone sword with moss on it. No, no clues there. This is tough. I don't want to touch anything as I may die. My feeling in basically every video game I play. Alright.
Daedalus. If I remember rightly, he's the one who built the labyrinth for Minos.
Alright. God, I wish I had more erudition. That would help a lot here. The condition of the statues was an important clue. We do know that the very first statue had the same amount of wear, or a similar amount of wear, as the sword. So I'm not sure if that almost seems too easy.
Icarus. The son of Daedalus and Nocrate. Impossible to mistake him with those wings. After flying too close to the sun, they came unstuck and he fell to his death. Pity.
Hang on a second.
Well, let's keep going.
Actually, no, I've got a guess. I've got a guess, because... Let me go back and show again. I want to show my work in case this goes horribly wrong, so at least, if nothing else, you all know what I was thinking. Give me a second. This is probably going to go horribly wrong. Let's be honest. Icarus doing the classical cha-cha dance. He's got the groove. He's got the feeling. Alright, so what did the inscription on the very first statue we saw say?
Ariadne. I guide the sword that will kill the monster.
So she says she guides the sword, and her thread leads to Daedalus. Could that mean we're supposed to use the sword of Daedalus? Possibly. Let's try remembering our lessons here. Or no, let's remember our lessons on Daedalus when we get over there. But if she guides the sword and her thread leads over to Daedalus, or Theseus. My bad, I'm so bad with names. If her thread leads to Theseus and she guides the sword that kills the monster, I mean, that could be what that means. Let's head over to Theseus and see if we can learn anything else while we're over there. Alright, so yeah, that's where the string stops.
Theseus. Wrongly positioned, I am the blind hero. I wasn't expecting an inscription like that.
Let's see, let's use an item here so I don't have to use 3 points. And then remember the legend.
I seem to recall he took the decision to confront the Minotaur. He killed the beast, but if it weren't for Ariadne's help, he would have been trapped in that labyrinth forever. In short, yet another hero who wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer. Okay, I'm probably being a bit harsh. I mean, we do owe him the foundations of Athens. In other words, the Republic. Render therefore unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
So you're forming a Theseus? Oh my god. She would guide it to the monster, and we've seen,
I wonder if Mother managed to solve this enigma.
We've seen the actual monster, too. He's right over here. And he does already have 2 swords stuck in him. That almost seems too obvious.
Asterion. Asterion was the son of Pasiphae and Minos, or rather the result of a curse put on Minos. Minos was punished for betraying Poseidon. Of course, as strangely it often happens, it wasn't he who was punished, it was his wife. She had to mate with a bull, no less. From that union, Asterion was born, who everyone knows as the famous Minotaur. Rejected by Minos, he was shut up in the labyrinth so he could never leave. And, as if that wasn't bad enough, he died by the hand of a hero desperate to restore his reputation. Technically, Asterion is the victim of the story because he's described as a child cast out from birth. Born from an extramarital union because of the errors of his father, he was treated as an outcast all his life. And he died as innocently as he was born. A tragic story, as the Greeks knew how to do so well.
So he's definitely not the one we put the sword in. That's a trap. We have to use the sword to assign justice, is what it sounds like here.
Let's go.
Alright. Let's double check what that plaque at the rotunda said. Yeah, it's true. It could be throwing me a curveball.
It's up to the just to deliver judgment. Truth unlocks all possibilities.
Alright. I have to figure out the just place to put the sword.
Pasiphae, daughter of Perseus and sister of Circe. She married Minos and became the queen of Crete.
Alright, well, let's continue anyways.
Alright. That's the question. Who is the real monster here? We've only got one sword. We gotta make a call here. Oh, hey, there's something to see here. Ah, collector coin. I'll take it. Those are damn hard to spot. Stone Blind. I've heard of that one before. I've heard it's actually really interesting.
Daedalus. I am the architect of my own demise.
I'm not going to say this one's a total bullshit puzzle, because bullshit puzzles require outside knowledge, but this one definitely seems like it lets you get by a lot easier if you have outside knowledge. And that's not great. Not ideal.
Minos. He and his queen, Pasiphae, were the monarchs of Crete. His gesture sealed his fate.
See, can you remember who cursed the Minotaur? I've already forgotten.
Asterion. Asterion was the son of Pasiphae and Minos, or rather the result of a curse put on Minos. Minos was punished for betraying Poseidon. Of course, as strangely it often happens, it wasn't he who was punished, it was his wife. She had to mate with a bull, no less. From that union, Asterion was born, who everyone knows as the famous Minotaur. Rejected by Minos, he was shut up in the labyrinth so he could never leave. And, as if that wasn't bad enough, he died by the hand of a hero desperate to restore his reputation.
Alright, so Minos is another possibility there, I think.
Let's go.
Poseidon's the one that actually did the curse, but it was Minos' fault. What's the objective of the puzzle? We have to figure out where the just place to put the sword is, and then press on the handprint. And if we're right, we get to the next area, and if we're wrong, we might lose our hand? I'm a little concerned about that. Oh, jeez. Would you consider mercy a type of justice? I would, but I don't feel like that's where the puzzle's going. Technically, Poseidon asked Aphrodite to curse her. Well, we don't have statues for any of the gods here, so... interesting, but doesn't help us much, unfortunately.
Theseus. I seem to recall he took the decision to confront the Minotaur. He killed the beast, but if it weren't for Ariadne's help, he would have been trapped in that labyrinth forever.
Alright, I'm gonna check one more thing.
Mother managed to solve this enigma.
I'm feeling like it's between... him and Minos right now.
Minos. In mythology, King Minos was known as a wise and just king, despite the fact that he deceived Poseidon. As punishment, his country was devastated by the white bull of the sea god, and his wife became passionately in love with it. From their union, Asterion was born, sadly known to us as the Minotaur. The illegitimate child, the child of shame, who had a sorry fate. And to think that Minos ended up as a judge of the underworld. Decidedly, the high and mighty always manage to get away with it.
Well... Yeah, Zeus was a monster. Holy shit. It's always his fault. You can always trace it back to him. Do you have any trust in the yarn? I'm trying to figure out if the yarn's a red herring or not. I don't know. I'm thinking it's either Minos or Theseus. What do you think, chat? Let me ask you guys. I'm curious. I think it's one of those two. But I'm not 100% certain. Anybody else has any thoughts based on what we've seen? I would love to hear. You're thinking Theseus? Because, I mean, the yarn did lead to Theseus. She said that she guided the sword. Dame Karen, you think Minos? Yeah, Ariadne's thread is what I'm thinking right there. It's tough. It is tough. I think... I mean, it suggests that justice needs to be served on him. I mean, in our character's view, yes. He did do that as well. Yeah, he was kind of an asshole. I mean, basically both Theseus and Minos are dudes that got away with a lot of bad shit. That's the thing. Let me just make sure over here, because it looks like two of those swords can be pulled out. Can I pull out any more swords out of him?
This statue has a crack in it.
No, I can't pull out any of the swords that are already in him.
Let's go.
What's the deal with Minos' deception of Poseidon? I don't actually know that part of the legend. I'm not sure. I mean, pride is a Christian sin, and this is a Greek myth. I'm not... You might be mixing your metaphors there is the problem. You just need to deliver justice for this action? Wait, which action? That's the thing, right? Is it didn't really specify. Just said something about justice as well.
It's up to the just to deliver judgment. Truth unlocks all possibilities.
Truth unlocks all possibilities. Truth. I'm gonna try Theseus. That yarn might be a red herring, but I'm gonna try this.
Looks like a crack has been made on his torso.
Alright. Let's try this. Minos asked to borrow Poseidon's really cool bull, and Poseidon said, sure, just return it when I ask for it. He said, no, that's my understanding. That sounds like a classic Greek myth. Alright, let's try it. Damn it!
What's wrong? Either I'm imagining things or my hand was pricked. It had poison on it. My head. I feel hot.
Oh god. Oh god. One unusable effort point, damn it. So that was not it. That was not it. It's gotta be Minos then, right? I'm thinking it's Minos. Yeah, let's try that.
Theseus. Let's try something else instead.
I got pricked!
Minos.
So
The crack is in the region of the heart.
Oh god, alright, let's try this again. It was Minos! Everybody that guessed Minos, congratulations, you had it right. Oh, there's a lot of blood going down there. I take it whoever came before me was not very good at this puzzle. Relentlessly? I like that. That's my new catchphrase right there. Yeah, that is a lot of blood going down there. Oh no! The poison! Oh no, it's our migraines. We're getting a vision.
You can't be serious, Manuel. You know that's not going to happen.
You must leave me alone now. I have agreed to everything. Even to...
Agreed? I wasn't aware you had a choice.
What's going on here?
What now? What else must I do to win back my freedom?
Obey me. Now get out!
What was that? That's the third time in 3 days.
But for some reason, he's got Godot over a barrel. That's interesting. Worth remembering.
Let's see if you're in there, Mother.
Somebody lost a hand getting down here. Oh yeah, very much. And very open to interpretation as well, relentlessly. Alright. Follow the trail left by your mother.
A fragment of amber.
Ooh, just laying there. That's handy. Definitely take that.
Bandages. Someone's been patching themselves up. Looks like my mother took advantage of being in hiding to change her bandages, huh? This is silk. She must have used her own clothes.
Interesting. On the ground over here. Another collector coin, I'll take that. Servant? hell's he doing down here?
Damn it, Mother. Now what's happened?
Another body. Oh, good.
Don't move!
Wait, I'm not armed.
Who are you?
Good God, Mother, what have you—
Tell me who you are!
What the shit? Hi, Mom! Alright! And that's the end of the episode, or the chapter at least. Not sure if this is the end of the episode. Successes! I eavesdropped on the conversation between Piaggi and Wallner. I convinced Piaggi to reveal some important information to me. I inspired Peru to trust me. I succeeded in opening the entrance to the crypt, and I found my mother in the crypt. Whew. Mom doesn't seem to be doing too well. No, she does not, especially since she doesn't recognize her only son right there. Thank you for the GGs, folks. We did manage to just barely get another level, so I'll take that. We got 4 points to spend. I don't think we can get full in anything. Let's see, do we have subterfuge, science? Oh, we can actually. Let's see, subterfuge, science, erudition, manipulation. Do we have any of those? We got subterfuge. Let's see, let's put 3 points in manipulation, because that seems like a really good thing to have at level 2. And then we'll put a point into subterfuge. There we go. Did you just beat the game? No. We may have beaten this episode, or this chapter, I should say, but not the whole game. Yeah, it's 5 episodes. 5 episodes. So we still have plenty to go. But this is definitely the end of episode 2. Whew. And yeah, that's a hell of a cliffhanger to leave off at. Our mother, who doesn't recognize us apparently, is holding us at gunpoint. Yeah, Mother's looking in bad condition. Was she the one that lost her hand getting down here? Could she not solve the puzzle? Yes, this game was originally, like Telltale games, released episodically. 5 episodes. So last time we streamed, we beat episode 1. Now we are working our way. We just finished episode 2, so tomorrow we'll be starting on episode 3. We'll try and start and finish episode 3 tomorrow as well. Whew, man. That point spend again in a minute. Yeah, I think so. That guillotine again. It will be. It will be. She was holding the gun with her left hand. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember which hand she had chopped off in the vision we had. That Psycho Mom again. I like that. That hedge maze again. It would appear to be. Whew. That amnesia again. I can't remember. So how are you folks liking the game so far? I figured I should check in. You enjoying it? You interested to see where all this is leading? I'm curious how much the supernatural is going to figure into things, because the supernatural hasn't really come into play in the first 2 episodes, but they keep hinting at it. They keep quietly hinting that there might be something supernatural going on. Abstractism? No idea, I just tuned in way late. Well, good to see ya. Hope you're having a good week so far. Setting up so much, going to be interesting to see how much they expand and deliver on. Definitely. There's a lot of loose ends going on at this point, so I'm very curious. That mom hostage taking again. Kiss if I didn't say hello to you. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm interested. So far, this is a really cool game. It has a cool aesthetic and interesting puzzles. Agreed. Co-funded by the European Union Creative Europe Media. Interesting. Had a little bit of public funding there. I'd say they got their money's worth. This game's really interesting. Rose Garden, I'm super glad you finally get to play this. I knew it'd be precisely your shit. Oh my god, absolutely. All right. Next up is episode 3. It starts with one called The Conclave. Very interesting. And it looks like it's going to be another 3 sections, just like this one was. All right. Yeah, we finished 1, we finished 2. We're going to be picking up there. Does the ending really fall apart? I've heard some people complain about the ending, but obviously I don't know anything about that. But yeah, Rose, this is absolutely 100% my shit, so I'm loving this so far. But yes, as people predicted, we are going to wrap things up right now. So I appreciate everybody joining me today. This was a blast. It was tense. It was mysterious. I'm loving this. And I'm glad everyone is hanging around. And I hope I'll see you folks tomorrow. But we're going to wrap it up right here. However, if you can stick around for one more minute, I would really appreciate that, because we still have to see who else is online. So if you're not done watching Twitch for the day, maybe I can send you somewhere cool. I would like the opportunity. So make sure to hit follow if you haven't already. That'll be the easiest way to find me tomorrow, or at any point if you'd like to come back. And while I'm looking to see who all is online right now, there is some links in chat you might want to check out if you haven't seen them already, including a link to my YouTube if you want to catch up on any games I've played in the past or get caught up on this one, and a link to my Discord if you'd like to chat with me or anyone in the stream community. Feel free to join us there. We'd love to have you. And yeah, we have some interesting options here today. We have some very interesting options. Where do we want to go? Oh, this is tough. Where do we want to go? But, let's raid someone that I don't think we've raided in a very long time. So it might be nice to stop in there and say hello, possibly introduce you to somebody new if you have not seen them before. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would love it if you would join me as we go raid another retro streamer by the name of Hampy Strange. He was on hiatus for quite a long time, but he is now coming back. And it looks like he's doing a bunch of random games today, but currently I believe he's playing Mario World, or possibly some sort of randomizer thereof. Or actually, I think he might still be picking what he's going to be playing. Well, that looks like DK64 going on right now. Alright, so yeah, lots of interesting stuff going on there. So I hope you will join me, say hi to Hampy, hang out for a little bit, throw him a follow if you like what he's doing. But hey, if you've got other things to do, I will just say as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world. And I will see you folks tomorrow for more of the Council. Take care of yourselves till then, everybody.